पर बाउंस और स्पिन देखने में आई है। जब जाहिद बॉलिंग यहाँ पर की और इस बार चार्ज किया, जोरदार शॉट और बाउंड्री को क्लियर कर दिया तैमूर अली ने। शानदार छक्का
जी, जबरदस्त शॉट, जबरदस्त कदमों का इस्तेमाल तैमूर अली का। बिल्कुल बॉल की पिच पे पहुंचे, थोड़ा फ्लैटर था ये बॉल और मिडल किया और मिड ऑन के फील्डर के सर के ऊपर से बॉल बाउंड्री लाइन पार कर गई 6 रन्स के लिए।
इनिंग्स का दूसरा छक्का तैमूर का, ये पहला छक्का था। पहले एक छक्का मात भट्ट ने लगाया। अच्छी बैटिंग की है, अच्छी टेक्निक है, क्रीज का अच्छा इस्तेमाल करते हैं, स्पिनर्स पर कदमों का इस्तेमाल करते हैं और रीड करते हैं स्पिनर को। कल 1-2 मौके पर गुगली पे इनको मुश्किल हुई थी, लेकिन उसके बाद से रीड किया है आज।
बिल्कुल टेम्परामेंट से बैटिंग की और रिस्ट का यूज भी किया।
चौथी गेंद पर फील्ड को आगे बुला लिया गया। क्या आप आखिरी गेंद पे ये रन लेकर स्ट्राइक अपने पास रख सकेंगे?
जब देखना ये होगा ये सिंगल कहां से निकालते हैं।
यार बड़ी अच्छी प्लेसमेंट, 4 फील्डर थे ऑन साइड में, इसके बावजूद गैप ढूंढने में कामयाब हुए। फील्डर यहाँ दूसरा रन देने पर आमादा थे सैफ बदर, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं किया तैमूर ने। 365 पर 9।
सीधा कर लें जाहिद को।
31 रन की पार्टनरशिप हुई है, तो सलमान अली आगा को अपनी बॉलिंग जारी रखना है। ये अपोलो क्लब से खेलते हैं लाहौर में, जहां से मोहम्मद हफीज़ खेलते हैं। तो वहाँ पे एक आदत सी है उस क्लब में कि बैट्समैनों से बॉलिंग कराई जाती है। बॉलिंग की वजह से इनको फ़ायदा हुआ है, क्योंकि टीमें तरजीह देती हैं ऐसे क्रिकेटर्स को जो 2 in 1 हों।
अच्छी बॉलिंग करते हैं, टाइट लाइन और लेंथ से बॉल करते हैं, यूजफुल हैंडी बॉलर है।
यहाँ आजकल ऑफ स्पिनर्स की किल्लत है। साजिद खान इन दिनों अच्छी बॉलिंग कर रहे हैं केपी के लिए। पिछले सीज़न में भी उन्होंने विकेटें हासिल की थी। अच्छे अटैकिंग ऑफ स्पिनर हैं साजिद खान, उन पर नज़र रहेगी। यहाँ पर भी उन्होंने जो पहला मैच खेला बलूचिस्तान के खिलाफ 5 विकेटें हासिल की। कल फिर उन्होंने 2 खिलाड़ियों को आउट किया था साजिद खान ने सिंध के खिलाफ। तो जो ही तैमूर आए तो फील्डर्स भी आ गए करीब करीब। स्लिप पॉइंट पर जीशान है, स्लिप में फील्डर हैं। बल्ला उठाना नहीं चाहते, यही हिदायत भी होगी तैमूर की जानिब से वली को।
जी बिल्कुल, ताज वली साथ दे रहे हैं इस वक्त तैमूर का, जो कि पॉसिबली अपना 100 कर सकते हैं।
इस बार एतमाद से खेला बिल्कुल अपनी नज़रों के नीचे ताज वली ने। 9 विकेट पर 366 बलूचिस्तान।
It has that glazy look and should be good for batting. At the toss, it was Zimbabwe who called correctly and wanted to bat first, so they got their wish. Pakistan made a couple of changes, one forced. Wahab Riaz has been rested, but first to Zim team, they've got 2-3 very fine cricketers thrown in there, especially in the middle order. Brendan Taylor was a star with a century in that first ODI. Wesley Madavere, what a talent he is, just 20 years old and full of promise, a very bright young cricketer. Pakistan have got Heather Ali back in the playing 11 in place of Haris Sohail. Babar Azam is leading them into action, and then we've got Mohammad Musa replacing Wahab Riaz. Shaheen Afridi, what a star he's become. Filled up, he's got a fair bit of pace now and has the confidence to deliver the punch, whether he's bowling with the new ball or later in the innings. It'll be interesting to see how they'll use Imad Wasim, though he's very good with the new ball. It's a fairly vast playing area. We're talking about an 80-meter hit straight down the pitch. 78 meters, 75 meters, so that means that the spinners are in the game, which is great because we're always looking for that balance between bat and ball, and the playing surface provides exactly that. So yeah, the dimensions are from the media end, scaled from the media end, so it's a fast outfield though, so if you place the ball into the gaps, you'll get good value for them. Just a little hazy this morning. We're entering the winter period, and so it feels very nice. Temperature in late 20s, and so a lot to look forward to as we take a little break and come back with live action. It's a lovely part of Pakistan, Rawalpindi, adjacent to the capital city of Islamabad. The sun is out. It's a glorious morning here, or in fact afternoon, for the second one-day international. First one won by Pakistan Zimbabwe did stretch Pakistan to the limits, won it by 26 runs. So 2 more ODIs to follow, and then a T20 series. In a huddle, Pakistan, so they made a couple of changes, and there'll be a lot of focus, dare I say, a bit of scrutiny regarding their approach, because it is a team full of potential. There are a lot of match winners that are playing in this lineup. Babar Azam, what a player he's become, and so a lot of fans will be looking forward to a Babar Azam knock here on what appears to be a very fine batting strip. Right, another breaking news. Aleem Dar umpiring his 210th ODI, beating Rudy Kerson's record of 209 one-day internationals. And there's an occasion to celebrate his great achievement. He's been consistent, he's been persistent and persevered right throughout a career that wasn't that popular when he started off way back in 2000. Asif Yaqub is the other umpire. I've got Aruj Mumtaz here with me. Aruj, Pakistan clearly the favorites, but now their skills will be challenged in a different way because Zimbabwe have opted to bat first. What are your thoughts?
Absolutely correct, Ramiz. It's a different approach they'll have to take. Like you said, there was a bit of scrutiny towards the approach in the first game. But they look, from the sounds of Babar, they have obviously recognized those errors and have promised to work on them. So, but again, they're bowling first today because Zimbabwe did win their toss. Their skipper there will open the batting. 106, experienced campaigner with 106 matches. But obviously he'll have to work on that average. He'll look for a good start up front.
Yeah, the captain will set out stall for Zimbabwe. He'll set the pace as well, especially in the power play session. Brian CHARI, 13 matches for him, so he's a young individual at this level in terms of matches played. That strike rate needs to go up a little. But Zimbabwe must back themselves to win. I think it appeared as if they were pretty happy playing good cricket in phases. I think it has to be a collective, wholesome effort where they back themselves to win against a side like Pakistan, who looked a little jittery and nervous in their first outing. Shaheen Afridi, what a talent he's become. He's filled up 15 wickets in the last 3 matches, and if he gets another 5 in the next 2 ODIs, he'll become the second quickest to 50 mark in ODIs. So let's see how he operates on a different pitch here that has less of grass, but we know that there is always a bit of bounce for the fast bowlers. Oh, it's almost a cracking start. What a good shot, but unfortunately found the fielder.
That made a fantastic sound off the bat. Shaheen obviously had an absolute beauty of a game last, picking up 5 wickets. He starts off with 2 slips. And for both these openers, it'll be important to respect good deliveries from Shaheen, but still continue looking for the scoring options.
A lovely length. The ball didn't do a lot, but beaten on the length. Shaheen Shah Afridi can be difficult to pick because he's pretty tall, so that drop is from almost 10 feet. Gets it to angle across.
Probably having the best time of his career at the moment. He just seems to keep getting better and better. He's matured much ahead of time in this Pakistan attack.
He's timed a couple of balls really well, so it appears as if it's going to be a high scoring day for us. Shine Shah Afridi getting that ball to come back just slightly. And that is how he's become such a good potent force, because he can get that angle back into the stumps for right-handers. Bowlers try to get some rhythm going in the first initial overs, and because it's an ODI, so you're allowed that luxury. At times you can spray the ball around and get away with it, unlike in T20 where you got to be on the button. Asif Yaqub, on-field umpire today. How many matches for him, Mazhar? Working away on his laptop. Second ODI. That's into the gap, and it's a fast outfield. That'll go and hit the fence. Very nice, smooth start.
Definitely timed that absolutely beautifully. Even the first one he played sounded good off the bat. Missed his length just a little bit into the zone. CHIBHABHA gets off the mark with the boundary.
Chari there driving the ball square through the offside. There's a little temptation. He let it go outside the off stump. So after over number 1, 4 without a wicket, Zimbabwe.
The two teams here today for the second ODI. Pakistan making 2 changes. Haider Ali in for the injured Haris Sohail, and Mohammad Musa makes his ODI debut, coming in for Wahab Riaz. Haider Ali also on debut. Zimbabwe, however, remain unchanged.
Haris Rauf is eager to tee off. He's from Rawalpindi, so local talent on view. He went for a few runs in his debut game, so let's see how he changes through the gears. Because in T20, I think his role is pretty much defined. He comes in, runs hard, bowls at a pace, the Yorker, the variation, the slow bouncer. He's got the entire kit. But in ODIs, at times you can get lost. Took 18 wickets in the T20 national tournament. Just recently looked in glorious form. Looked in great rhythm.
Yeah, he was a tad expensive in the first ODI. Went wicketless there. Conceded 57 runs in his 10 overs. But like you said, Ramiz, he'd obviously want to now look into maturing his bowling, into breaking it up in different spells, learning the art of bowling in the middle over and towards the end. And who better to learn from than Wahab Riaz?
Well, Aruj, seriously, I'm not too sure whether 10 overs, none for 57 is a good or a bad performance these days. Because for ODIs, maybe not that bad, but because you go for 50 in 4 overs in T20 these days, and we're talking about the Ravadas and the Nokias who are playing the IPL. So maybe you're just a little harsh. Going by the standards, it wasn't that poor a performance, but is quite capable of picking up wickets. So if he could have had a couple of wickets attached to that 57, would have looked a little better, a little wide on this occasion.
Obviously, plenty of time in his career to learn and pick up on what the elite athletes do around the world. Haris also has the 2 slips in place.
Sees a little bit of width, goes after it. Pace is decent. Trying to ease into action, I'm sure. But normally he's pretty much wicket-to-wicket bowler because his good action allows him that. Getting a nice shape.
Zimbabwe did this well in the last game as well. They were happy to use the pace of our quick bowlers, guiding it down to third man to continue to rotate the strike for them. It's important for them to obviously look at what Shaheen and Haris are doing up front and not lose too many wickets in the process.
Sounded great, and 4. Glorious back foot push. Once again, early indication of how smooth this pitch is for batting.
It's there to be hit, and he just timed it, caressed it into the fence. Using the pace of the ball, this will give the Zimbabwe batsman a lot of confidence.
Played it late so that he could find the gap square through the offside. Already in this brief stint, we've seen a couple of good shots from Zim openers. After 2 overs, 11 without a wicket, Zimbabwe. The middle order looks pretty organized and experienced. Only thing is that they need to play match-winning innings. There's a lot of promise, but promise needs to be translated into winnings and good numbers. Sharp bouncer. Well played. In fact, had no issues. Saw it early, left it.
And Shaheen does this quite well. He's not afraid to pitch it short and surprise the batsman.
What about the follow-up delivery? Will it be a full pitch delivery, a little outside the off stump maybe, angle it across? He's got 2 slips in place. It's nicely played. Because what happens when you get a seriously good bouncer, there's a little issue regarding your feet movement. Your footwork goes for a toss at times because you're expecting another feisty short pitch ball. But that, in that regard, was such a good defensive shot because he moved into that forward defensive shot and the front foot was stretched. Because they're not finding the same amount of lateral movement that they did in the first game. Because in the first innings, we saw Shaheen Afridi do wonders with the new ball. Early swing for Haris Rauf as well. Yeah, look at that movement. Late, in the air and off the pitch. That was a cherry. That really was a peach.
saw the pitch this morning. It definitely had a lot less grass on it. Didn't look like there'll be a lot of lateral movement, but with Pindi, there is obviously something in there for the bowlers up front. Very, very compact, a hard track. And it resonates with the way the Zimbabwe batsmen are playing. They're giving themselves time, watching the ball well onto the bat, timing it really well.
It's a partial effort behind the stumps for a caught behind appeal. Babar Azam, what is he thinking? A couple of reviews available. The timer is in, but they're not interested. So after 3 overs, it's 11 without a wicket.
Decent start here from Zimbabwe. 11 of the first 3. The last delivery a bit of very close, in fact, from Shaheen.
Let's have another look at that beautiful delivery from Shaheen Afridi. Oh, narrowly missing the outside edge. Rizwan wasn't interested straight away. I think there's a slight appeal from the first slip field. Ultra edge shows nothing, no spike at all. Good thing is that he played inside the line of the ball, didn't really chase the ball. That's a wide one from Haris Rauf. No.
Held its line there across the right-hander, but he actually did well not to get bat on that. There's a half and half of appeal from both the bowler and from behind the stumps. It's a good start here from Shaheen.
So what Haris Rauf is trying to do in this over is to bowl on that middle and leg stump line and swing the ball away towards the slips from that angle, because he doesn't want to provide width. So he wants to be wicket to wicket as well. An extra slip fielder has been taken out and put on the off side. So he can now be on that off stump line as well. Because the moment you go on that middle and leg stump line, it becomes a little negative line for you, especially with the new ball. So at this stage, Babar Azam has got to think about wickets. And let them play that flourishing drive through the offside and the 2 slips waiting for an edge in case they get it wrong. I think that looks like a better ploy. You see here, he's just going to get a dead bat, which is fine, trying to steady himself as a bowler, but I think that the go-to line has got to be around that off-stump channel.
He's not getting the swing that he'd hoped for in comparison to the first game. So he can easily come and get that slip into play. Get them playing the expansive cover drive. We've got the catching in the inner circle as well, with a ring around the offside and 2 men inside the ring on the leg side.
There's that big shot. That's partly stopped by Imam. Really gives it all. Doesn't hold back at all. Look at that big wide front foot square drive, bit like a la Gordon Greenwich of West Indies. way back in the 80s. He used to really smash them hard square. Committed effort from Imam. I think he is an excellent fielder to have at point. He can be slippery. Deceptively quick is Haris Rauf, and from nowhere he can produce that pace.
Definitely caught CHIBHABHA by surprise there. He wasn't expecting the short one. Ball nearly missed him.
There are certain bowlers who don't give you extra time with the short ball, as the wrist doesn't really go down on the pitch to let you locate the shorter ball. He comes across as one of them. Jofra Archer is the other. There's hardly any change of action when they're pulling the ball short. 14 without a wicket.
Outstanding, outstanding.
That's our resident drone, which is providing you these lovely aerial pictures. Zimbabwe off to a goodish start. Good batting surfaces. It's a lovely line. And he's quite used to seeing this, Shaheen Afridi. That's why you see that little smirk, that little sarcastic smile on his face, because he's coming very close to getting him out, caught behind, but it's not happening.
Up to around the 140 mark here, Shaheen. Interesting when you asked him up front this morning, you know, about what do we do about your good bowling? A very innocent, humble answer there. He's putting in the hard miles, of course.
Well, as they say, genius is 99% perspiration. So you work hard, you achieve milestones. And I think the best thing that I like about him is his attitude. When he was playing the T20 tournament just recently, on flat tracks, he's giving his team the best he could. He ran in hard and took 20 wickets on flat tracks. And is part of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa winning team as well. Contributed a great deal.
CHARI now is on, got 6, but from the 20 balls. Obviously, they need a good start up front from their openers, which has been a bit of a worry for Zimbabwe over the years. So he'd like to use this opportunity to get himself in. Shaheen obviously bowling excellent lines here, and he's always looking for wickets, always looking to do something, Shaheen. He's taken 15 wickets in the last 3 ODIs, a 5 first, 6 and then 4.
Well, he's bowled 16 balls in his spell, 15 have been dots. I don't know whether to term it as great or boring, but yeah, that's gone flying across to the fence. He's got pace, so CHARI is quite happy to really go hard at that line. Finds the fence.
Slashed and slashed hard, and that's probably what saved that from going into the slips. And Shaheen's pace as well. Angled across, feet didn't go anywhere, just swung through the line.
Another play and a miss. Great piece of bowling. 18 without a wicket. Gone. First ODI wicket for Haris Rauf. Finger is raised by Aleem Dar. And it's a very good result for Pakistan. A little flashy, the pair had been outside the off stump. It was a risk-filled partnership, but it was working okay until this happened.
Yeah, his feet didn't really go anywhere, just put his hands out there and obviously got the gentle fine nick into the keeper. Haris Rauf jubilant after picking up his first ODI wicket as a skipper for Zimbabwe goes for 6. Zimbabwe 18 for 1.
Left-hander at the crease, Craig Irvine. Plenty of experience. Occupies a pivotal position, number 3.
Got 41 in the first ODI, did Irvine. Experienced campaigner, 95 matches. And he's here because of this. Beautiful delivery. Fine nick straight to the keeper. CHAMU would be disappointed with that shot.
Yeah, got a little cramped. Didn't have the required width for him to execute that back foot square drive. And the ball got big on him as well. He's got pace, Haris Rauf. He can surprise you with extra bit of zip every now and then. Had to be aimed properly because he had set him up with the outswinger's angle and then wanted it to hit the stumps. Tried the in-swinging angle. DRS timer is on. I don't think Pakistan are going to go for it because it was clearly missing the stumps.
Aleem Dar there setting a new record of the most ODIs that he's officiated in. 210 surpasses Rudy Kurtzen from South Africa.
I still distinctly remember Aruj because I was working for the board when we had him there in year 2000 as a young umpire. He would have been what, about 34, 35, and didn't have a great experience of it because he got a mouthful from our fast bowlers. They wanted to put him under pressure, so he came and complained that, you know, there's been a lot of foul mouth language or foul mouth attitude that he had to experience. And I said, well, you're the boss out there, you deal with it. But he's an extremely calm individual and an extremely good umpire as well over the years. 19 for 1.
Question towards you. It's you.
Talk about his height. He's pretty tall, Shine Shah Afridi. At least from where I stand, he looks about 8 feet compared to my height. But every time I see him, he seems to have grown 2 inches.
Well, he's still a young lad, so maybe he's still got a few inches left to grow. Do we know how tall he is exactly?
He'd be 6'4". About 6'5", I'm told. So last time I saw him, he was 6'4", and now about 6'5". Either he's growing or I'm getting shorter. But he's filled up quite nicely and more confident of his skills. Gives Pakistan a real edge with the new ball or with the old ball as well. Plays all the formats. What a luxury that is in this day and age. A player playing all the formats. Tells you about his ability and capacity to adjust.
This morning, Shaheen's bowled some absolutely beautiful deliveries in and around the batsman's stumps, missing the outside edge a couple of times. It's been a fantastic find for Pakistan. More importantly, like you said, available for all 3 formats.
Comprehensively beaten once again, but good thing that he's doing is not really chasing that line. That's why he's survived so far. Now, like Harish Rao, he's set him up with the outswinging slant angle, and his go-to ball, as we all know, his wicket-taking ball is the in-swinger. Let's see whether he gets it right this time and wraps him in front of the stumps. Yeah, that's what the batsman is looking at. That's the release point, and it's pretty high. Aleem Dar would be around 5'8", and it's clearly around 6.5, 7 feet. That drop. Oh, there was that attempted in-swinger, missed the spot.
That's his go-to delivery. He swings the ball very nicely into the right-hander. It's worked really well for him in the past. Ramesh, if you talk about that high drop point, obviously we have a look at this replay first. Definitely getting the swing, but clearly missing the stumps there. We talk about that drop point. How difficult is it? You know, the change of drop or the ball coming in from a really high angle.
Yeah, very difficult. Actually, the arm at times comes from above the side screen height. And I played Joel Garner only once in my career, and it was so difficult. That was in Melbourne. And you just couldn't locate you know, the ball that is just about to deliver, because you'd miss it in the backdrop. He would have his drop point above the side screen, and then it's the eye line also. You look up and then you look at the drop, and then you try to adjust. That's why it's so difficult to adjust to tall fast bowlers. It's going to go and run away and hit the fence. Buys a rarity, because Rizwan has been so rock solid behind the stumps. A rare miss for Rizwan, 24 for 1.
Well, there's a little bit of a problem here for Mohammad Rizwan, and he looks in quite a bit of pain there. Now, that was a nasty bouncing delivery from Shaheen, and I really think that this might be quite nasty. Look at this. Now, this hasn't got up at all. It's bounced, and that's really awkward. And it's bounced nastily there as well. So you can see that Rizwan is shaking his glove here. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a nasty little nick there. Tino Mawayo is right here. He's taken... Oh, that's horrible. Doesn't matter how thick those gloves are. If you've got one at pace and it's hit you on the glove, and Tino, you were an opening bat, it hurts, doesn't it?
It does indeed. Good morning, Wilco. It's never comfortable, and that looks like it's hit him right smack bang on the front of the thumb. And what can normally happen is that it actually lifts the nail. This is what happened after it came off the glove. Babar Azam just getting his spikes caught in the field there. Really got to be careful.
I always worry when I see, you know, a cricket team has prime assets. Every player is a prime asset, but when your captain is running and diving and getting his studs caught in the turf, and maybe it's a dislocated knee or something like that, you worry. I worry when it's a big fast bowler like Shaheen Shah Afridi. You want to look after those players. You don't want them diving around. Of course there has to be commitment. Short. Of course you want that. Commitment in the field, but at the same time you have to preserve your prime assets, because they're worth a lot of money. And I mean that in the sense that they are so valuable to your team. It's all right if you run around the boundary and have a dive. I mean...
Oh, thank you very much, Alan.
Just a reminder that Zimbabwe's captain, CHAMU CHIBHABHA, won the toss today and has elected to bat first. No change in the Zimbabwe team, no change at all. They have gone with the same 11 who competed, very much competed in the first one-day international 2 days ago on this same ground. All matches are on the same ground. The pitch that was used was just a couple on the left, as you're looking there. And one change to Pakistan with Haider Ali coming in. Haris Sohail is... Two changes, I beg your pardon. Musa Khan, I beg your pardon, is the second change for Pakistan. Musa Khan is in, and so too is Haider Ali. There we are. That's the teams. Haider Ali is in for Haris Sohail, and Mohammad Musa Khan is in for Wahab Riaz. Not quite sure what the injury is to Wahab. It might be a chance. It might just be the fact that the selectors are giving Musa a run here. End of the over. Quick delivery. 8 gone. 27 for 1. The captain, CHIBHABHA, is gone. First one-day international wicket for Haris Rauf. And that'll be something for him to savour in his career as it goes forward. Musa Khan now making his debut for Pakistan in a one-day international. Young player, young fast bowler who plies his craft for Islamabad United. He's slippery. He really does get the ball through. And Tino, difference, you tell us, difference between playing somebody who's as tall as Shaheen with his pace and somebody of the build of Mohammad Musa, who's a little bit lower in trajectory. Chopped it on. It's a first wicket in international cricket for Mohammad Musa. Great celebrations in the Pakistan camp.
Wow, that looks like it's just gone on to Craig Irvine a bit sooner than he thought it would. Bat was angled, didn't have the full face going towards the ball, which is why he got the inside edge. Good knock the other night, not to be today. He's gone for 3. Zimbabwe 27 for 2.
Brendan Taylor is the number 4 batsman for Zimbabwe, and of course the centurion in the first one-day international. It's his 198th one-day international for his country. 11 one-day centuries, 38 half-centuries. That 145 not out against South Africa in Bloemfontein 10 years ago. Oh, that's sharp and slippery from Musa Khan.
Wow, Mr. Centurion in the first one-day international, welcome in the second. And that is quick. Wilco. And after this next delivery, I'll come back to the question you asked just before Craig Irvine got out, which is the difference between facing a taller bowler like Shaheen with good pace, as opposed to A shorter bowler who's got pace as well. And what you'll find is that the shorter bowlers who've got pace are quite skiddy. Ball comes onto the bat sometimes a little bit quicker, doesn't bounce as much, and it looks like that's what happened there. Craig Ervine, yes, he's got a bit of an angled bat. Would have wanted the full face open to meet the ball. But look at that, it hasn't bounced all that much as opposed to what you would have got from a Shaheen pitching in the same area, coming from a higher trajectory. Would have been a couple of inches higher when it got to Craig Ervine. It reminds me of a Pakistan bowler that we played against a few years ago called Aizaz Chima. Pretty skiddy himself, similar in height. Used to swing the ball back into the right-hander, but very, very skiddy. And it was difficult because quite seldom, if he hits you on the pad, the ball is skidding as opposed to bouncing. Quite often, if he hits you in line, it's LBW. I'll tell you what, all the seamers I've seen so far in this series from Pakistan have really got some good clicks on them, Al.
That's a really good overs. First in international one-day cricket. He's played a test and a T20, but that's a wicket with his second ball in ODI cricket. 27 for 2. Well, that looks a very good shot. Goodness me, that's been whipped away for 4. Alim Dar, record breaker today. 210 ODIs he's presided over, and this is a very good shot from Chari.
He's just helped it along its way. When I first saw the shot, I thought that he had actually picked it up. And I looked at the man at fine leg to see if he was expecting the ball in the air, but he's played that really nicely, got over the top of it. Made sure it's gone wide of the man at fine leg. He's looked a different player today, Brian Chari.
You can't drift down there. Haris Rauf what he's got to work at is the fact that he's an away swing bowler. His line has got to be off stump. Really can't come at the stumps too much, because what happens is when he tries to bowl too straight, his wrist changes quite dramatically and he pushes it down leg side. So that's an area he's got to work on. If you think of some of Pakistan's great bowlers, Wasim Akram, Waqar Yunis, they knew their lines because they had such a great wrist, such a strong wrist behind the ball. Aqib Javed is another. So those great bowlers I mentioned there, they can be an inspiration for somebody like Haris Rauf, especially Aqib Javed, who is the coach of the Lahore Qalandars. Let's have a look at this wrist now. That's pretty good. It's a nice seam presentation. It's the wrist that he will have to work on every game he plays. Now that's all right. You see, he gets that little shape away from the right-hander.
I think if you look at when he bowled early evening in the first one-day international on Friday, the ball went a lot more than it has today. And we talked about the Zimbabwean bowlers who didn't get the ball to move much. He was probably expecting today that the ball's going to swing around as much as it did in the early evening conditions the other day, which is why he's probably starting a little bit straighter. That last delivery was good. Outside the line of the off stump, a little bit of shape. He's got to realize the ball is not going as much as it was the other day, and he's got to adjust his line accordingly.
That's the one where he just looks to go a little bit straighter. Now players like Brendan Taylor will milk that all day long, because he's been around a long time, Brendan Taylor, over 16 years of service for Zimbabwe. he can pick up line and length quicker because that's now in his DNA. But you know, Haris Rauf is a young fast bowler and he will learn his craft. I mentioned some of the great quickies of Pakistan cricket. They'll be looking at him and helping him. Up and over and past. I think that the third man was completely lost on that. He didn't see it, and it's gone all the way for 6. Shaheen Afridi down there didn't really pick it up. 39 for 2 from 10.
Now, you won't see it in that image. It's gone for 6. And it looks like he's just got a bit of a finger on it with that left hand. But first of all, he's quite far in. And he took a good 3 or 4 steps to his right before he had picked up the line of the ball. Had he not done that, it was probably going straight down his throat. Shaheen Shah Afridi. Hence the disappointment from Rauf.
The power play has finished, and Zimbabwe 39 for 2. In the first one-day match, Pakistan were 41 for no wicket in the power play. Here's Musa Khan. This is the first over in international one-day cricket, and a wicket with his second ball. Mohammad Musa Khan, ooh, he's got lift, pace, he's got everything going his way.
Good pace. This was earlier on today, receiving his cap. Oh, Brendan Taylor. It's not quite gone through as much as the other deliveries have.
What a moment this is. Wahab Riaz, one of Pakistan's most experienced players, giving the first cap in ODI cricket to Mohammad Musa Khan. What a lovely moment. Just the one slip now. Iftikhar standing as the lone slip here now. 4 in the ring on the offside. Brendan Taylor, the Zimbabwean, over 16 years of experience. You talk about the Flower brothers, Andy and Grant and Hamilton Masakadze. What great servants of Zimbabwe cricket they have been, and this man is up there, right up there. 34 years of age, that's all. He's still fit, still keeps wicket, still hungry for runs. It's a good duel going on here. You know, Brendan would like to get on top of Musa. He knows he's a young tyro, a young fast bowler.
This is what happened in the power play today. Talked about Brian CHARI a little bit earlier. He's looking a lot more solid today. CHAMU. Beautiful stroke, a couple of balls before he got out through that offside. Craig Irvine today not amongst the runs. First wicket in international cricket, just the second ball. And then this was an opportunity right at the end. And misjudgment from Shaheen Shah Afridi down at third man. Oh, it's beautifully bowled. Just a bit of movement off the surface, back into Brendan Taylor. We were talking about this earlier, Alan, and most certainly seems to be rushing Brendan Taylor, who's a man who's in good form. You can see he's wrapped him on the pad A lot sooner than Brendan Taylor thought the ball would be there. A couple of times he's trying to go through that offside. The ball really just smashing into the bat.
This young lad who comes from Islamabad, plays for Islamabad United in the PSL. He's got the X factor about him. Through. No one out there. 4. Good sound off the bat. 11 gone, 43 for 2. Just 3 bowlers used in the first 11 overs. Shaheen, 4 overs, none for 9. Harish Rauf with his first wicket in international cricket. Ahmed Musa, his first wicket in international cricket as well, 1 for 4. Rauf, his first ODI wicket. Now another Islamabad United cricketer, Fahim Ashraf, playing his 25th one-day international, hurries on. He's been short of wickets at the top level. He's only picked up 2 wickets in his last 10 one-day internationals. But I think he's got a great role, great part to play. He and Imad Wasim in that sort of lower middle order. Imad Wasim getting the runs. And Fahim Ashraf always in the frame. There's a lot of talent in this country. Well, he was dropped from the squad previously and made his comeback in the first one-day international. But what I like about Fahim Ashraf, he's at you all the time, and of course he adds the other string to the bow that he bats.
We're just talking about the depth of talent in this country. Spoiled for choice, really. Look at the seam department at the moment, how well the seam was bowled the other evening. And Wahab Riaz takes a rest today. His replacement comes in, takes a wicket with a second ball in international cricket. You can look at the batting. They have the pleasure, I would like to say, of being able to leave out a player like Fakhar Zaman. So, as you say, a wealth of talented cricketers.
It's nice to be able to say the cupboard is full. Fahim Ashraf has just got to, what he's got to remind himself is that just 2 years ago, Fahim Ashraf was the joint highest wicket taker in the Pakistan Super League, the PSL, with Wahab Riaz, with 18 wickets. So he might have been short of wickets now in ODI cricket, but you keep telling yourself that you can do it.
Well, you've got to tell yourself you can do it. And I think that's the beauty about international sport in general, of course cricket in particular in this case, is that you have highs and lows. Once you've been there and you've represented your country and you've given the goods, you might have a situation where you have an injury or a dip in form. And what's important is what you do to get yourself out of that, get back in the side, and start putting in the numbers again that you know you can.
That's a maiden to start for Fahim Ashraf. 12 gone, 43 for 2. It's a different pitch for this second one-day international. Still to come, Sean Williams, Wesley Madivere, Sikandar Raza. There's plenty of batting there. Madivere's average, I know it's early days in his career, but he looks a real prospect. Not just a prospect now, he's the real deal. Here's Musa Khan. I like the way that he hurries in, he hurries at you. And he's got the biggest heart inside that green shirt, as indeed when he bowls in a red shirt of Islamabad.
False start. (23 from 28, 38). Brian CHARI has taken up a few balls for that, but he's looked a lot more solid today, and trying to form a foundation. It's good for him as he's batting with Brendan Taylor. We all saw his exploits the other evening. Has a fair idea of what the surface in general here in Rawalpindi plays like.
I think this pitch, Tino, looks as if it's keeping a bit lower and a bit slower than the pitch 2 days ago.
I'm in total agreement. We saw the ball that went through and damaged Rizwan. We saw a couple bowling into the media end here that have not quite carried through to the keeper.
That's right up there to be hit. And Brendan Taylor's gone after it. He hasn't got everything on it though, and it's just two. Just a fraction longer, fuller, that delivery from Musa Khan. I don't mind that. I don't mind seeing that from a quick bowler. It brings the batsman forward to play the shot.
I was just about to say, it's probably the first shot in anger that Brendan Taylor has played to him on the front foot. Then it's because he's pitched the ball up. Yes, the last over was a short and wide delivery, which he put away with ease. But I'm in agreement with you, especially on a surface where you're saying the ball's just keeping a little bit lower than it was the other day. It'll be interesting to see, because the other evening it did start to keep a little bit low as well. It'll be interesting to see in the second half of this match what effect that will have.
Tempting. You see there's a little bit of inconsistent bounce here. That from Musa going through at shoulder height to Rizwan.
He's going to have to work hard here, Brendan Taylor. Bit of extra bounce. Movement off the surface away from the batsman. He hasn't really got himself in a position to be playing in that ball, hasn't he? Back foot stayed in one place. Hasn't got himself into line and given himself the best chance to get bat onto ball.
This is good attacking fast bowling. Musa is at Brendan Taylor. It's a great contest, this, between the Centurion from 2 days ago to the young fast bowler who's at him. That's why this is such a great contest within the contest right here. Gone over leg side, and that will be 4. Drifting just a fraction towards leg stump, and he's punished. It's a steep learning curve. 49 for 2.
Musa Khan on this occasion just getting a little too full and a little too straight. That's the area that you talked about, Brendan Taylor. And he got those deliveries a couple of evenings ago, put them away with ease. He's got to make sure that if he's going to come a little bit straighter, he's got to pull that length back a bit and not make it that easy for Brendan Taylor to get under the ball and lift it over the infield.
Fahim Ashraf. That's a bit different. A little bit different that time from Brian Chari. He's come down the pitch to try and negate whatever bounce there is. But this was Mohammad Nusa Khan just going leg stump, and that's why Brendan Taylor was able to work it leg side. It's quite an unusual field, this, for Fahim Ashraf. He's got a slip, which I like. I like the slip there. The 50 is up. We're in the 14th over. And if you just have a look on the leg side here, there are two back. There's a fine leg, and there, right of picture, is your man, a deep square leg side. So you're encouraging your bowler to bowl offside with a slip and a ring of 4 offside, and you're protecting the leg side boundary with that man at deep square.
And I think that man at deep square, there he is for that one that goes just a bit too straight and is fuller, and Brendan Taylor picks off the legs. I don't really see Fahim Ashraf, although he's got a pretty quick bouncer and can surprise them. I don't think that man is there for that short delivery. It's for that straight one, full, that he might get just a little too straight. It's well bowled, good areas. He's looked better so far today to me than he did early on in his spell a couple of days ago.
Yes, and you build pressure by restricting runs, clearly. He's now bowled 3 dot balls to Brendan Taylor. And Brendan Taylor will be in his head that he's now pushed back the ball 3 times. It's a long innings, it's 50 overs, but that pressure just builds up a little bit. And that Fahim will know this.
He's trying to force it, Brendan Taylor. What can happen is, after a knock like he had the other night, is that you can come and think that you're starting off on 100 again. I know Brendan Taylor's played enough cricket not to be in that frame of mind, but the surface just isn't quite coming on like the other evening, and he's just got to take his time and play strokes like that when the ball is pitched up and in his area. That's a brilliant shot from Brendan Taylor. 14 overs gone, 56 for 2.
Going at exactly 4 runs and over. But a lot will depend on this guy on screen right now. Fantastic hit, last ball of the over. And the form is showing. Musa, a terrific start to his ODI career. He's been able to generate some pace, and also that back of a length from him. Skidded on.
They've generally played the short ball quite well, Zimbabwe. Wesley Madawere, 20-year-old kid, was striking the ball so well square. The footwork generally has been pretty decent, but it's just that as a wholesome package, they've not really been able to deliver in that first game. He's a good timer of the ball at almost 200 one-day experience, and you've got a real good player playing for Zimbabwe in the middle overs. Yeah, lovely shot. Nice full face of the blade and lifting it ever so easily.
The timing fantastic, and got 100 last game, so the form flowing through.
.112 we got of 117 balls and made it a fairly good run chase.
It hasn't swung as much as it did under lights for Pakistan, but the lengths have been better because they've been short of a length because of the conditions.
He's rated quite highly in the camp, Musa. They feel that he's got potential. He's slippery, he's got a fair bit of pace. But on batting strips, his skills will be challenged because he doesn't get the ball to bounce a lot, and so therefore easy to hit through the line. A nice line, hits the length hard. So at the end of the 15th, Zimbabwe are 58 for the loss of 2, and we'll have a little pause for drinks break.
नहीं फेसबुक से होना चाह रही है मैं नहीं और बंदा
Same time you have to check
तुम जो है ना सफाई कर रहे हो तो ऐसे बंदा नमाज पढ़ रहा है ना ऐसा होना एंगल व्यू लिया ना
सारा दिन जहाँ
कि साढ़ा जना मुख मैं जी बस बंदा आया है
Still on and off and down.
Bobby! Bobby!
Cover it too.
ले जा यार
Still keeper is not ready. Keeper is not ready.
Zimbabwe then 2 down for 58. Fahim Ashraf has bowled miserly, none for 7 in his 2 overs. Two set batsmen out there. I think they need to just provide a bit of impetus to the innings now. What's happening at the domestic level? Bazat Khan, which is your favorite team then? Qazi-Azam Trophy 2021. Southern Punjab are leading the chart.
Yeah, massive victory in the first game for Southern Punjab against Northern. Sindh with an impressive victory against Central Punjab. They chased down in that fourth-day sporting declaration by Azhar Ali, but at the moment there's a lot of matches to go.
A little bit of width on the bounce to the fielder at deep point. That's an interesting position that Fahim has got. Every now and then he tries to hit the deck hard and so can provide a little bit of width and luxury outside that off stump.
Yeah, last over he just got slightly fuller and Brendan Taylor pumped him down the ground for maximum, so he's making sure that he doesn't give him that length again. So Ramesh Bhai, one of the players who would like to make an impact in domestic cricket and force his way back is the former or the recent Pakistan captain. He plays beautifully against spin and always looking for runs. Even though it's a 4-day game, the rhythm of his batting is to be able to pierce the field and get runs. Got 100 today.
That's up in the air, should be collected by the square leg fielder. Job done very nicely. Fahim Ashraf was putting pressure on the pair. Haider Ali is playing his first ODI and that's his first catch as well.
Short ball working for Fahim. He saw Chari advance down the wicket, but the extra bounce and the ball following Chari a little bit helped. Banged it into the surface and cramped him for room. And just pulled shot, spliced way down to deep square leg. Haider Ali takes his first catch in ODIs, does it comfortably. Fahim Ashraf has the wicket. Ryan Chari 25, it's 59 for 3.
Center. Yes. Enter. Thank you.
Bobby Abid. Bob. Abid.
Zimbabwe struggling to maintain a bit of pace into this innings and losing wickets as well. 3 wickets down now for 59. Sean Williams is in. Plenty of experience, an average of 33. You've got to time those shots properly because it's a vast outfield. We're talking about a 71-meter hit square. And CHARI just ventured out of the crease thinking that it's going to be a juicy half volley or he'll probably make one. Was surprised because he got cramped, didn't have the luxury to extend his arms, and nicely held by Heather Ali was in to take that catch. Nicely on target. 3 down for 59. Got the exciting Wesley Madhavere to come in next, 20-year-old, and showed a lot of promise and skill as well. But this is the key partnership for Zimbabwe. Taylor, the centurion from the last game, has got to turn it on again. This is going to be a challenge for the Zimbabwean pair because Imad Wasim is coming on to bowl, albeit with the old ball. He's so good with the new ball, not yet employed in the opening burst in the power play session by Babar Azam. So his role has been adjusted.
Ah, yeah, Mehdi. Go start, Mehdi. Go start, Mehdi.
And it's Zimbabwe's middle order that has to fire.
He fires it all right. That's gone all the way, I think. What a meaty blow that is. Fabulous shot.
So good with that sweep shot. Be it slog sweep, conventional sweep, even the reverse sweep. And picks this up and hits it easily. Always in control and went all the way.
I think he anticipated that line so well, covered the stumps away towards the offside and gave it a fair thrash. Sweet timer of the ball, and his pace is up. Talking about a strike rate of 86. That's good batting. 6 followed by a single and a classical drive this time through the offside. So he's got his zones, he's got his links really to attack Brendan Taylor. There's a reason why he's got so many runs for Zimbabwe. He's quite intelligent in locating his angles in the field.
And very few keepers are not proficient with the sweep shot. Brendan Taylor, no exception. Again, spin, he uses it to great effect.
Flighting the ball, and this time it's a classical cover drive from the left-hander. He's at his best when he's nailing it hard into the pitch. Imad Wasim. A little bit more flight, and it goes through the infield for 4.
A lovely shot though. Whole extension of that front leg, getting to the pitch and then placing it nicely.
Once I had a little chat with Imad and wanted to know why he hasn't really experimented with a Chinaman or a googly, because he's not a big spinner of the ball. That's a sweep shot of real class and quality. It's a 6, in fact, so a couple of big shots already in this over. End of the over, 17 in that over, 76 for 3 Zimbabwe. There's a lot more flow and rhythm in this, in his batting in this innings. Yeah, he's very good with that straight shot, and he can play that powerful slog sweep as well, but no harm in showing the full face of the blade and tonking it straight over, long on or long off. Taylor boundaries in this series. He's muscled the ball quite consistently through the leg side. Oh, gorgeous, glorious shot. Nothing more than a caress.
Looks in form. He got a ripper last game, but this game he's hitting the ball straight down the ground. Can't ask for anything better.
The balance was very good. Nice high elbow, still head, and playing the ball through the line. Bowling in the middle overs can be difficult, especially if you're making a comeback like Fahim Ashraf, because you're continuously challenged and you can't get it wrong on a batting pitch also. So there's extra bit of pressure on Fahim, even though he started off well, hasn't leaked a lot of runs, picked up a wicket as well, but there's always this pressure to perform in the most difficult phase of the innings. There's the pull shot, go and fetch that. Good striking from the Zimbabwean pair. In the last over and a half, they've absolutely nullified Pakistan's bowling advantage.
Another boundary to the leg side this time. Picks up the length so quickly. Onto the back foot, pull shot in front of square. And rolls into the fence. Last 10 balls, 26 runs. And Williams especially on a roll.
And all quality shots. We've seen a straight drive and a pull shot and a slog sweep. Got to aim for that board. Hit the jackpot and earn $200 US. That's a nice spot, and well, there's more for you. That's a $500 US hit and win board. Nicely behind that one. 85 for 3 after the end of that over.
कसम बख्दै छ आगा आगा दुई त Amrita.
Imad Wasim plays a lovely reverse sweep and gets a 4. This is good batting. He's not allowing him to settle in. Not happy chappy, Imad.
It's now the reverse sweep. Last over, the slog sweep working well. Reverse sweep, got to it, just tapped it around the corner, races away.
Yeah, Zara.
There's an air of predictability about Imad's bowling at times. And really to cancel that effect or perception, he's got to develop a delivery or a couple of more variations. Like a googly or a Chinaman. He hasn't really tried that because his success rate has been extremely good with the new ball, that is. But he tends to struggle a little bit in the middle and last phase of the innings. Once the glaze is off, his economy rate suffers.
Bowling बैठे भैया. शाबाश 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 ठीक है शाबाश.
More runs, another 4. They seem to be targeting him and targeting him extremely well. 9 runs so far off this over.
And Williams with another boundary through square leg. Almost a sweep shot. But it's been manipulation of Imad Wasim's bowling and field. It's gone for 26 already.
Yeah, Zara.
Williams family, there's a lot of hockey being played in Williams family. He himself, growing up, hockey is very big in Zimbabwe, so the sweep shot and the reverse comes naturally.
Oh, yeah. China!
Like going for a penalty stroke. That flick, reverse sweep. 95 for 3.
It's Pakistan versus Zimbabwe, not South Africa. PCB production doesn't believe in Pakistan.
शाबाश खाना. सही चला दवा जन्नत. हर से डिग दी.
Innings looking a lot more settled now. There's this pair is added. 36-run partnership of 20 if the Iftikhar is in. Off-spinning angle being tried out there against the two against one left-hander. Didn't bowl in the first ODI Iftikhar. They seem to pin a lot of hopes in his all-round skills. The preferred option for Pakistan in limited overs cricket. Trying to get the leg side field in order. I think he's got to come to grips with the pace of this pitch and then bowl accordingly. And that's the first thing a spinner needs to do. Figure out at what pace he needs to bowl on a certain pitch. And this is a batting feather. So you've got to vary your pace. Go flat at times. Hit the hard length. Speed 83.9 kph. That's into the gap. That's good fielding. Fahim Ashraf there at long off.
The problem Babar faces now is Imad has gone for 27 of 2. So Iftikhar has to do a lot of bowling in order to complete that fifth bowler. If these two get after him, huge problems.
100 comes up for Zimbabwe in the 20th over. Gathering bit of steam, Zim.
शाबाश 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 अच्छा चल रहा है जरा स्पिन की गई यार इमी जल्दी पहुंच आओ गोरा इमी थोड़ा उधर हो जा स्पिन हो रहा
है Looking for another reverse. Misfires it this time. Doesn't connect. 100 for 3.
बॉलिंग चेंज राइट हम हुआ
तुम लोग क्या मंगा रहे हो? नहीं कितना क्वार्टर? तो हाफ. Second 50 just taking 40 balls. In a partnership of 41 of 26. So it seems to be troubling Pakistan. Hence, introduction of the wicket taker. Haris is in.
Babar probably his hand being forced because of the attack taken to, especially to Imad Wasim, by these two. Before this series, you would look at this Zimbabwe squad and you think the strength lies in that experienced middle order, Irvine, Taylor, Williams and Sikandar Raza. And for them to actually get over the line and win one-day cricket or win a game in this series or the series in this series, the middle order has to really fire. This right now has started off well. Broadcasters, PTV Sports, Super Sports in Africa, YouTube going everywhere, YouTube in HD.
Finding his feet in a way in one-day internationals, we know is such a strong force in T20 cricket. Played for Melbourne Stars in Big Bash. He was their best bowler last year. But this is a different ball game, slightly different ball game, because you get longer spells and you are faced with different situations compared to T20. Maybe you want to use your variations a bit less in ODIs compared to T20s. They've only won one game in Pakistan, Zim, at CHIBHABHA. 1998, that's a long time back. You offer different briefs to different bowlers, and I think his brief has got to be wickets, because he's got that ability, bowls at that length, targets the stumps, because he has got to be accurate in T20 cricket, so it comes naturally to him. So maybe ask him to bowl a Yorker or a wicket-defining delivery. That's good. He's targeting the stumps and starts off well in his second spell. Just a single conceded in that over. 101 for 3.
वाला कवर हो रहा
Iftikhar, who didn't bowl in the first match just 2 days ago, but very often provides this role for Pakistan. Such a handy player, such a handy cricketer to have. I always feel that top order batsmen, if they can provide an extra string to the bow for the selectors, for the captain, it's so crucial, and Iftikhar does that. Hello, Haroush. Enjoyed your pitch report. I didn't see all of it, but I think you mentioned that you would bat first, but this pitch looks a bit lower and slower than the first one.
Afternoon, Wilco. Yeah, it seems like it's slowed up a little bit. Shaheen going wicketless up till now with the 3 quicks picking up 1 each.
There's a big shout to the man out there, but he's just a spectator. He's in the wide open spaces. It's a good shot from Williams. He extended the arms.
Yeah, Iftikhar coming in and being dispatched over the fence for another maximum. Both these Zimbabwe pair seems to have taken a liking to the spin option. Took the attack to Imad up front as well and looking to score off Iftikhar now.
I think also it's the right bowler to use. It's the off spinner to the left-hander. It's a better line. Just drifted leg side the previous ball, which enabled Williams to aim for that leg side fence. 100 is up with that single before the boundary, so 106 for 3 now. Zimbabwe, 22 overs gone. .22 overs gone. Zimbabwe winning the toss here today, deciding to bat first. No change for Zimbabwe, but it's a side that really competed in the first one-dayer. CHARI and Taylor, that partnership of 32. This is the partnership that's flourishing now. Williams and Taylor, Sean Williams and Brendan Taylor. A little bit of batting to come, has to come. Madivere, Raza and Chisoro, and then your bowlers. Over number 7 for Haris Rauf. Oh, that is really well fielded. That's Abid Ali out there. Covered ground quickly and dived to save the boundary.
Also keeps wickets at times, but a valiant effort to stop a definite boundary. Pakistan looking really sharp in the field. And so is his partnership. It's raced to 49, just off the 39. The experienced middle order coming into play here for Zimbabwe.
50 partnership now. Sean Williams and Brendan Taylor. And the momentum has been provided by Sean Williams. Brendan Taylor looks set and has set himself for another long stay in the middle. 50 from 40, good rate.
Wilco, I like the approach here from the Zimbabwe batters. They haven't been overawed by the occasion, taking their time and applying themselves, which is important for a big score.
Yes, I think well, Brendan Taylor rather, knows all about staying out there. He knows that the longer he stays there, the better it is for his team. He knows that he's a mainstay of this side. Sean Williams as well, with his experience. You know, you've got the youngster Madhaveri to come, and you've got Sikandar Raza, who is experienced, but Brendan Williams here, he knows that the longer he stays, the better the chances for Zimbabwe to post a decent total.
That's where this particular partnership becomes that much more important. They'd want to play the maximum number of overs. Obviously, both experienced campaigners, and Brendan Taylor obviously coming off that magnificent 112 from the first ODI. Nearly took Zimbabwe over the line.
Yes, and I think he mentioned after the game, he said, we were on course, but then you have those wreckers in chief, Shaheen and Wahab, who arguably in world cricket are probably two of the best bowlers in the death, aren't they? Well, we talk about how the contribution is for Zimbabwe. Brendan Taylor, have a look at that. 16 years. Hamilton Mazakaza and Grant Flower, 17 years. Getting on for 18 years, Grant Flower. Sean Williams is there with 15, with Chris Mpofu, the fast bowler, and CHAMU CHIBHABHA back in the fold. There'll be a single off the last ball of the 23rd over. It's 110 for 3. Iftikhar swept, 2 men back on that square mid-wicket boundary. Brendan Taylor, if I say that once more, just give me a slap, please, Urush. Brendan Taylor will play it.
You'll be all right there, Wilco. But the Zimbabwe batters have taken a particular liking to this spin with their sweep shots. Working well for them.
And the reverse. And that's very effective from Williams. 4 it is.
A conventional sweep working, and as is the first reverse sweep of the day. Crisp off the bat, timed that to perfection. There was a man there, put in that dive. That was a boundary all along.
Very well played. Iftikhar doesn't enjoy it. Nobody does like the unorthodox. But it's also a risk shot. I think that's what every bowler, any bowler who feels that a batsman who's taking liberties, you've got to remind yourself that it is a risk that the batsman is taking.
Good bowling, good bowling.
Interesting period in the game. Babar probably has a little bit more thinking to do because of his spin option the Zimbabwe batsmen have attacked.
Man out on that boundary will cut off the boundary, but it's 2.
Musa obviously making an impressive debut, a wicket maiden to start off his ODI international career. Zimbabwe putting on a healthy partnership here now.
7 from the over, 117 for 3.
Spawning change. Left arm over.
Shaheen Shah is back. Every time I watch Shaheen Shah Afridi bowling, I'm mesmerized by the sheer pace, the sprint that he puts in from the end of his run-up to when he delivers the ball. And I'm just thinking of somebody like Mitchell Stark, who's just got a very nice, easy approach. Wasim Akram shortened his run-up and had a shorter, quicker run-up. Shaheen, if he's going to do this for the rest of his life, he sprints in as if he's doing a 200-meter race here. Have a look at this. Look how fast he and you know what I mean. It's the longer strides of Mitchell Stark, which is just an easier approach. Now, whether Shaheen will maintain this pace, this sprint, before, he's young, he's fit, and he's a great attacking fast bowler, isn't he?
Absolutely, and he's had a wonderful start to his international career. And Alan, the important point in your comment is he's playing all three formats. That makes your point that much more valid in terms of longevity of a career. Obviously, a super fit athlete, supreme athlete, puts in the works, but we all know what modern day cricket is moving towards, becoming fast, rapid. So, good change of pace there, of course, to surprise the batsman.
I think over the years and over the course of his career, they'll have to manage his workload. Shaheen. Again, that's a ball that's kept low. But what I love about Shaheen Shah Afridi is that he's got a huge heart, and that every ball he bowls, he expects to take a wicket. Every ball he believes is a weapon that he's unleashed. Nice take from Mohammad Rizwan. It's one or two balls keeping low here on this pitch. Outstanding display from Shaheen in the first one there with the 5 wickets. On another day, he would have got the Man of the Match award. You see, there's not much width on offer there. He's been fairly consistent today, Shaheen.
He's been playing international cricket non-stop. He played the 3 test matches against England, the T20s, then county cricket as well back in England, and the national T20, and now this. Fantastic.
That's the end of the over. We've had 25, halfway, 120 for 3.
Oh,
25 overs gone here in Pindi, Rawalpindi. Zimbabwe 120 for 3. Iftikhar.
Catch it!
Taylor's gone after it, and he pays the price. Imam ul-Haq takes the catch out at deep square, and Iftikhar celebrates. They've got the big one. Brendan Taylor has gone.
Yeah, didn't get a hold of that completely, and he's been favouring that sweep shot throughout, but doesn't get a hold of it, and Imam takes a very good catch there at the boundary. You can see by Iftikhar's reaction what this wicket means, because they've got the danger man. Brendan Taylor walks back for 36. Zimbabwe now 120 for 4.
New batsman is the 20-year-old Wesley Madivere. Bowls off spin, but essentially a batsman who bowls. Look at that average. It's a fledgling career so far, but this youngster is the future of Zimbabwe cricket. He's already got 2 half-centuries, and he scored a half-century 2 days ago with Brendan Taylor. It's a big blow for Zimbabwe to lose the centurion. Just when that partnership was really beginning to get hold for the boys in red. Iftikhar, that's only his 2nd wicket in ODI cricket.
There's a dismissal there that brought Pakistan the important wicket of Brendan Taylor. Will go. Iftikhar has only played 6 ODIs, so 2 wickets in that, not bad.
Yeah, well, it's not a bad success rate. You'd like to get it better. I'm sure he would. But I think he's crucial to Pakistan in that he provides this role.
Absolutely agreed with you there.
That's a wicket maiden for Iftikhar. 120 for 4. The CHIBHABHA and ERVINE with single-figure contributions. CHARI looked pretty good today with 25. Brendan Taylor's gone, 36. Sean Williams looking good. Madavere's just come in. Sikandar Raza. That really is your batting there. Tindai Chisoro can stick around, but then it's your bowlers, Mumba Ngarava and Muzarabani. So really, again, Zimbabwe now relying on setting about creating another partnership. Here's Shaheen. Short. Fahim is down there at fine leg.
Let's have a talk about this young 20-year-old Wesley Madivere. I thought he was impressive. Packs a punch when he plays, and more importantly, the attitude, the aggressive approach. I mean, he took the Pakistan bowlers on.
He did. He didn't look inhibited at all. He didn't look timid, and he, you know, put some air in his lungs, didn't he? And I love that about him. I think he's got a long future ahead for Zimbabwe. I wouldn't be surprised if Shaheen might just tempt him or test him with a couple of short ones here. He goes after the throat, doesn't he, Shaheen? I could watch this guy all day. Shaheen Shah Afridi. The other thing about Shaheen is that he's taking his wickets at a rate of knots, not just the pacey bowls. He's taken 15 wickets in his last 3 one-day matches, and he's now taken 45 in just 20 ODIs. Only 2 bowlers had more wickets at that stage of their career. Ajantha Mendes of Sri Lanka and Mitch McClenaghan of New Zealand. And this now, of course, is Shaheen's 21st match. Shah, well done. Sounded like a coach then, didn't I? Stop it. No. So Shaheen is looking at, I suppose you could say he's looking at creating some kind of record. Ajantha Mendes, so this is after 20 ODIs. This is now Shaheen's 21st. If he takes 5 wickets in his next 2 matches, which includes this one, he'll be the second fastest. Ajantha Mendes is the first. Confident looking stroke from Madhaveri. And there's a lot to admire about Wesley Madhaveri.
A rare bad ball there from Shaheen, and Madhaveri was ready for it, just hit it along square, the leg side boundary, searching for the Yorker there, but missed his length. Madhaveri continues his good knock from the previous ODI here.
No short delivery, all full pitched. 27 gone, 125 for 4. Six overs for Shaheen. Haris Routh 7. Musa Khan's bowled 4, 1 for 12. He looked pretty good too. Fahim's gone through 4. Imad, expensive. He went after Imad Wasim, which is unusual because he really is quite tight, isn't it, at the best of times. And Iftikhar doing a good job here, and he's continuing now. So over number 5 for him.
Oh. Good bowling, good bowling.
Yeah, it was strange for Iftikhar not to bowl a few in the first ODI. Didn't Pakistan, there was a middle period where the partnership continued. He gets obviously the ball away from the left-hander. But he's done well here to pick up 1 wicket.
He's finding the boundary again. Wesley Madhaveri. He's come out blazing confidence.
Yeah, sweep seems to be the preferred option here for the Zimbabwe batsmen. Plenty of scoring runs coming off that. Rotating the strike after the boundary as well. Fantastic opportunity here for the youngster as well to express himself.
Perfect. He's 20 now, and I think we mentioned that he's played in 3 under-19 World Cups. He must have been about 9 when he played the first one. I think he was about 15. I think he was 15. I've been told by Maza Arshad that Iftikhar Ahmed has got 64 first-class wickets, and his best first-class figures are 6 for 39. And he said, mark that down. Fielded. 28 gone, it's 131 for 4.
Bowling change. Batsman bowling change. Strike him over.
First one used Bangladesh.
Musa back into the attack. Well, almost. But soon as Zimbabwe threatened with the partnership, Pakistan have found a way to break the partnership. 131 for 4, 4.68. You know, you'd want to be looking at 280 right now. It seems as if Musa's going off. He ran in and he just pulls up. Maybe a calf. Tino is very accurate with diagnosing injuries. What do you suspect?
He's done something to something in his body. He did that earlier, Buzzard. Very early in the spell, I think in his second over. Ran in and pulled up as well. I hope that for Pakistan's sake, it's nothing that's too serious. Fakhar Zaman replacing Musa. He's getting a bit of airtime for the extras. He came on in the last game as well as the fielding man. Replaced Harris Sahel, but yeah, it looks like he's just grabbing that right calf.
I would have been fuming if I was not playing and being made to field throughout the innings. Not getting a bat. Even if I got a bat, it wouldn't be long, but still would like the opportunity. But the opportunity now for Zim is to be able to exploit that fifth bowler, or maybe if they really step on the gas, they'll have to get a lot of overs in. Pakistan will with the sixth bowler. They're hoping that Musa comes back quickly. No run there, but just on that, Tino, say for instance you're the 12th man and you've fielded in the first ODI almost all the innings, and now you've, what, 28th over, you're back on, maybe you've got to field another 20 overs. Not a good feeling, is it?
It's not a good feeling, but I'll tell you what, if I had to come in and field maybe 35 of the 50, if I've got an opportunity to dive in the field, I'll pull up myself and somebody else can come and take my place.
That's good. You are clever, no doubt about that.
Need to look after the body, Buzzard.
Yeah, we talked about this before, but you know, looking at the squad or looking at the 11 that Zimbabwe have, you think that that experience in the middle order is their strong point, or that is where they're going to win games if they are to win here. And Williams is looking the part. He's picked up the length so beautifully and gets to his 50 with a magnificent pull shot.
Well, he's come out and we've seen a different Sean Williams today. His 32nd 50 in ODI cricket to go with the 3 centuries that he's got. And what a way to go there. Slightly short. The one that he hit to the boundary was slightly short. And as I was saying, a very different Sean Williams that we saw today. Came out positive and got on with the business early.
Off the hip again. Williams looking dangerous. 29 gone is 137 for 4. Yeah, Williams looking the part. He's got 350s against Pakistan. His last one was in 2008. So he's been there for a while. Love the play. He strikes the ball. Bit of hockey in that as well.
Interesting you say that. Oh, he's gone down the ground. He's looking to go over the man at mid-off. And that is a very good catch. Fakhar Zaman running in from long on. And that's exactly why when they need somebody on the field, Fakhar Zaman comes on, Bazit.
Iftikhar with his second wicket. So the sixth bowler coming to the party. Wesley trying to hit this down the ground, inside part of the bat, which made it skew towards long on. Good catch. Fakhar Zaman as substitute does a magnificent job. Gone for 10, it's 138 for 5. Sikandar Raza. Man from Sialkot comes into bat at number 7. Long career for him as well. Experience in that middle order. He's got 100 against Pakistan as well in Lahore, so knows these conditions.
Yeah, good bowling.
But Pakistan just finding wickets at regular intervals.
Wesley Madewere, we've talked about his confidence, his ability to play all round. He knew straight away as he hit that.
Good bowling.
That's going straight down the throat of the man at long on. Good captaincy from Babar Azam. Good bowling from Iftikhar, making sure that they keep the mid-off in the circle.
Another successful over. 139 for 5.
$139 for 5. Zimbabwe, 30 overs gone. Sean Williams has looked good today. 52 at a run a ball, just joined by Sikandar Raza. But the Zimbabwean scorecard up until this stage, chalk and cheese between what it looked like a couple of evenings ago. And captain struggled once again, CHAMU CHIBHABHA. Brendan Taylor, the only other name there, 36 from 45. Till his demise.
Five down in the first 30. And the rather still experienced players at the crease. And the Raza are part of that core of the middle order. And in this tour, you look at what strength that Zimbabwe have. Irvine, Taylor, Williams and Raza, the experience in that middle order. And you would think that if Zimbabwe want to win here, those guys need to do the bulk of the scoring.
We'll come back to that point, Bazit. This is how Wesley Madewere lost his wicket, looking to go over that man at mid-off. Bit of purchase in the surface, which is why he got the thick inside edge. We've already spoken about what a good catch it was from Fakhar Zaman. Oh, that's gone in the air. Sikandar Raza got himself into a rather awkward position. I think he was trying to just punch that into the vacant mid-wicket area on the onside, leading edge, and fortunately falling over the man at that short catching area. Buzzer, just going back to that, I would almost like to say over-dependency on the Zimbabwean batting lineup on those middle four. It was good that Wesley Madevere came in and got some runs in that first ODI at number 6, so he's shown he's capable. But once you get past number 6, 7, the other problem that Zimbabwe has got is the fact that the lower order batters don't have the striking power. Yes, Tendai Chisoro can do it, but he hasn't really done it at international level consistently for Zimbabwe. And then you've got Karl Mumba, you've got Ngarava, you've got Muzarabani, who really are not going to give you much between the three of them with the bat. So that dependency for that middle order is looking after the top two at the moment, as well as the few at the end who really aren't in a position to give too much at the end of the innings. Doesn't help that the Pakistan bowlers in that first one-day international were superb at the death. Zimbabwe only got 61 in that last 10. A lot of those came from Brendan Taylor. This is Sean Williams today. Right points to the spinners. Boundaries are those red pulsating balls. But what he's done well is also get down to the pitch of the ball. He's used his feet and been very positive.
$141 for 5. Yeah, Tino, yesterday I was on a podcast with Dean Duplessis and Ed Rainsford, and Ed normally doesn't make a good point, but this time, surprisingly, he did. He said that I'm beyond that stage, or we are beyond that stage where we're happy with Zimbabwe competing. We're beyond that stage. We want results. So that last game, I thought they had the opportunity to drive that impetus home, and that'll maybe hurt them because they got so close. Yes, it was a great game. Everybody applauds them for that. But is that your feeling as well? You want results rather than saying that, oh, they competed?
Well, absolutely. I think any nation wants results. In the air, gone. Sikandar Raza probably looking just to punch that to the right of the bowler, Iftikhar, down to long on for a single. All he's done is gifted an easy opportunity to the bowler.
Right now, the results all going Iftikhar's way. The off spinner, the sixth bowler, has been the best bowler. Slowed this up, flighted it up, and just a poke back, comfortable catch. And Sikandar Raza's done and dusted. He's gone for 2, and Zimbabwe 142 for 6 as drinks come onto the field.
शाबाश खारिया
Enough middle time, sir. Turning middle. Thank you.
ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है
TV is not ready. TV is not ready.
ओके FT is ready before he tied इससे पहले कि वो तक जाए टीवी को रेडी कर दो इससे पहले कि वो तक जाए बताओ वही
Well, spin has come to the party in the form of Iftikhar Ahmed. Off spin has really worked wonders. He's taken 3 already and into his 7th over, and he was supposed to act as a filler. Chisora has walked in, and he'll need to do a lot of batting. There's still plenty of overs to go. Starts off with a sweep. We've seen a lot of those shots and get a couple of runs.
Well, brave, I think, from Chisora. Shot he plays well. But a fair bit of risk. This is Sikandar Raza. Last man to go. Comfortable return catch to Iftikhar.
The sweep shot again, and this time just a single. So Iftikhar at the end of his 7 overs has 3 for 29, 145 for 6.
$145 for 6, Zimbabwe. 3 of those, as you've just mentioned, to Iftikhar. And the thing that really does get me thinking is not that he's bowled badly, Buzzard, but has he bowled well enough to have 3 wickets at this moment in time in the game? And the Zimbabwean batsmen been tough enough on themselves? I don't think so. Gifted a couple of wickets when they really could have built over the next 10 or so overs and put themselves in a good position to finish.
It's been the story of Iftikhar in the middle overs, where he's really pegged Zimbabwe back. And you say that Zimbabwe should be hard on themselves. You look at the other spinner that he's bowled. Imad Wasim has gone for 27 off 2. So obviously the pitch is not that conducive to spin bowling.
You talked about your conversation with Dean du Plessis and Ed Rainsford, and that Zimbabwe really need to start getting some results, and I'm in total agreement with that. I mean, look at some of those names there. CHIBHABHA, 100 matches. Craig Irvine, 5 short of that. Almost 200 for Brendan Taylor. Sean Williams, 135. 100 for Sikandar Raza. Going to the wings in the change room, Alton Chigumbura, former captain, 200 matches. Really, that is a wealth of experience that should be able to carry a Zimbabwean side that is playing at the moment. You look at Wesley Madevere in Bangladesh, you look at him in the first one-day international. He's one of the youngsters that are coming into the team, and he's playing his part. But he needs the core of the team, the senior players, the experienced guys, to be playing their bit, and it's really their responsibility to be carrying the team. I've had the pleasure of covering a few Zimbabwean one-day international games over the last couple of years, and exactly what happened the other night is what's been happening over the last few years. Good position, just not able to understand where they are and what needs to be done to get over the line. There have been several of matches that have ended just like that first one-day international on Friday.
Picked away. Just a couple of runs to square leg. And you're talking about experience. Heather Ali, I think he's done really well here. Just stopped the boundary and it looks all good.
Thanks, Hassan. Thanks. Close up. 20 rounds. 2 to come.
We talked about experience and Qaid Azam Trophy, first class tournament going along. And Imran Farhat got his 38th first class century, so experience for you. And he went on to 116 of just 165 deliveries his last season, so he's obviously started off on a high. So the 150 comes up after 33.
Balls per 50 for Zimbabwe. First and the third identical, 79. And that second one a lot quicker. And that was when you spoke about Imad Wasim's 2 overs for 27.
Still one. Guys, अभी भी एक और down है.
Sean Williams, the lone thorn in Pakistan's flesh today for Zimbabwe.
Looking at projected scores, and you think Zimbabwe will do really well to get to 250, and you saw day before that 250 was quite gettable.
That looks good, and it is good. Tendai Chisoro, he's played the sweep shot a couple of times today. He's gotten away with it, but this time, that looks like it was plumb in front. He's decided to go up to the third umpire for the review.
Yeah, we have a review for LBW. Original decision out, it's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Keep rolling, slow and steady, slow and steady. Look like missed the bat and glove. So confirm ultra edge, please. Waiting for ultra edge. Can you hear me? Yeah. Roll forward, forward. Keep going, keep going. Roll back one more time, please. Keep going. Roll forward. There is a big gap between ball, bat, and glove. Satisfied? Go for ball tracking. One is ready. Original decision out. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wicket sitting, 3 reds. Can you go back on field, please? Aleem, stay with your original decision. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Aleem, you're on screen now.
Well, that wasn't close. That was absolutely plumb. Soro walks back. Iftikhar is 4 now. Now to 7. 150 for 7.
Center. 3 box left.
Mumba joins Williams. And Iftikhar almost become unplayable today. Well, not a lot to write home about. It's the low order that Tino was concerned about. Well, they have to bat. Well, they've got 16.2 overs to bat. Flight, guile. Iftikhar, he's got 4 wickets. The first time he's done that in List A cricket. And the review, well, much to be desired. Wicket maiden for Iftikhar, it's 150 for 7.
Spawning change, right arm over.
He timed away and he's come back for 2. Musa, who went off the field with cramp. Apparently the rule is that he'll bowl 1 less over, although he didn't bowl a delivery, but he started the over technically, so he's only allowed to bowl 9. Haris Rauf. Football skills, doing well. But, you know, it's been innings that's threatened for Zimbabwe, but never quite taken off. Shot selection an issue.
And that's been my concern. I don't want to keep going back to the other evening. But again, Zimbabwe threatened. We're in a good position where they could have won the first game in the series. Untitled, Pakistan's favorite mobile. And then again, we talk about shot selection. You can count 4 shots that the Zimbabwean batsman at that stage did not have to play. Chisoro, at last wicket to go, realizes, or should realize, that he's the last batsman that Zimbabwe has got in the order. He's still got 17 overs to bat. And he's got Sean Williams on the other end, who's looking good, 55, but needs some support. Sean Williams now might be thinking in the back of his mind, well, how long is Karl Mumba, how long is Muzarabani, and how long is Ngarawa going to last with me? Which is probably why he's playing A couple of rash strokes now. It's just being able to analyze the situation of the game and what is required of you at the time. I'm not convinced that, in particular today, the Zimbabwean batsmen have done that. Good effort. But we'll get 4, Sean Williams.
One batsman who has come to the party and prospered has been Williams. Width offered and hit through the offside. Not the one that he's timed the most precisely, but it does the job. Abid Ali ran around, but in the end it just rolled over. Across the line. And Williams on to 61 now. Well, all I can say, Tino, is thank God it's not as bad as 2018. Remember that series we commentated on?
No, I don't remember that
And
series
it
actually,
was
Bazid.
like we'd sit on the roof and it was freezing, and then you'd come to the game and Zimbabwe couldn't get a wicket and just carried on and on and on.
What I remember is catching a cold in that series. Very cold in Bulawayo.
More than the Zimbabwe players caught. I think they only got a couple of wickets the whole series. Anyway, right now Williams holding fort. It's 157 for 7.
One over down, guys, 1 over down.
Batting dominance by Pakistan. Let me get my glasses on. In the meantime, Aruj, could you please read that graphics for me? It's gone now. It hasn't exactly worked for Zimbabwe on a batting strip. Better performance was probably needed and expected.
The batsmen made good starts. They've got the starts, but unfortunately couldn't capitalize. Sweeps and sweeps very well, and they'll race away into the fence for another boundary for Williams.
That's been the preferred option on most occasions against spin for Zimbabweans. That's a nice sweep shot. Good roll of the wrist, keeping it down along the ground. So he's the lone ranger in this contest for Zim on 68, Williams.
Difficult situation for him as well. He's got the tail to play with, not a lot of batting experience or batting power there with Mumba and Garava and Muzarabani to come. So he'll have to continue to take his chances.
Aggressive shot, that's well fielded. Not easy to play with the tail because you've got to calculate the ball on which you can be aggressive, and then if the tail ender is on strike, you've got to, I think from the non-strikers, then watch the action, close your eyes and hope for the best.
Iftikhar doing a fine job picking up 4 important wickets here.
Outstanding stuff. 4 wickets for the offie.
मिलावी कि भाई परवाह मत कवा आयो
A little bit of inside edge, otherwise he is a goner. 164 for 7. That's well fielded. It was smashed, but well fielded at mid-wicket. It's Iftikhar. He has batted extremely well. Yeah, watching the ball closely underneath his eye, and that's the way to go. He's not exactly protecting the tail enders. Second ball face, and he's taken off for a run.
They still have quite a few overs to go, so he probably backs Mumba to get bat on ball and probably drop and run or see out the over. But Musa is quick. He's got the slip in as well for the tail ender. He's called the deep square leg man up in the ring as well now.
Pinch a single, he's got the strike back. Pakistan at one stage were renowned of bowling out oppositions in T20 cricket. I think they held a world record. It could still be a world record for continually bowling out opposition. I think it was in excess of 20. And very much on track here to dismiss Zimbabwe. Just 3 strikes away from ending the innings. In T20 cricket, Pakistan bowled out oppositions for 31 times. And that's a record.
Pakistan obviously renowned for the fast, quick bowling options, the prodigies we produced over the years. And obviously you've played alongside some of the greats. Who's been your Pakistani best bowling pair?
Well, in the nets, the 2 Ws were very mean. They'd bowl a lot of no balls, try to bounce you out, hit you. But they were a class act. And you felt extremely safe and secure fielding at short leg when they were on song. I remember that 92 series in England where they demolished England. It was just a world-class effort. Once I mentioned in commentary the 2 Ws, Akram and Yunus, and I got a flag for that. There's no W in that.
Clearly ahead of everyone else in the wickets column, the 2 Ws.
He's slippery. Musa doesn't get a lot of bounce. Maybe there's an inside edge that saved the batsman. And well read by the umpire. Asif Yaqub, standing in his second ODI. And they're not going to review it. End of the over, it's 167 for 7.
over, guys.
बस
Iftikhar is reverse flicked, reverse swept in fact for 4. Spoiling his figures. He has now 4 for 40.
He does play the reverse sweep very well, having bisected the two men in the ring there. He's picked the line up early, giving it a whack.
catch it.
Catch it is a call. This should be taken. Shaheen dives full length and takes a beauty. 5 wickets for Iftikhar. But his 5th is courtesy a lovely diving piece of fielding. Good diving catch to get rid of Settle Williams.
Came down the feet, but came down the pitch using his feet. Couldn't get hold of it. And Shaheen Shah judged that to absolute perfection. Iftikhar in his 6th ODI picking up a fifer. Williams, the danger man, walks back for a well-played 75. Zimbabwe 171 for 8.
शाबाश खारा शाबाश
A fifer for Iftikhar. On course for his 6th. That's got to be some kind of a record, Mazza. 6 wickets on this pitch, or at this venue, no one has taken 6. So Saklan Mushtaq has got 5 here in Rawalpindi Stadium.
Well, he's got 2 balls to pick up, maybe 1 or 2 more.
Pretty special Iftikhar Ahmed today in this ODI as an off spinner, 5 for 40. Oh, there was that flighted delivery outside the off stump to tempt him. Not to be, but a wonderful piece of bowling from Iftikhar. 171 for the loss of 8 wickets.
Left him over.
Wickets column dominated by Iftikhar, 5 for 40. He's been outstanding with his flight deception.
See the dismissal of Williams there. Excellent effort there in the outfield by Shaheen. Supreme athlete and is back into the attack. He's been wicketless up till now. Not used to seeing Shaheen without a wicket. With 4 overs to go in the tail there, he's probably searching for a few.
Bit of a misfeel, Heather Ali. Messing it up a little. A lot of eyeballs will be watching his progress in his first ODI. Heather Ali smashed a 50 in his debut game against England. That was T20. Got to bat out the innings, Zimbabwe. Make sure that you consume all the overs and give yourself a little bit of chance. Maybe get to that 200 run mark and then look beyond. Jomo players hitting the Jomo board will receive US dollars 200. It's strategically placed board, but there's an option and an opportunity for you. More money. Hit and win 500 US dollars. Sponsored by Service. Players hitting the Service tire board have a chance to win a cash award of 500 US. I think there should be an incentive for hitting the stumps also. That's kind of bullseye also. But he's now become such a good bowler, Shaheen Shah Afridi, because without any effort he can deliver that fuller length, the Yorker length. Initially starts off by bowling that hard length, taking the ball away from the right-handers, getting it back into the stumps, then has a very good surprise bouncer to go with those variations. And then Aruju can bowl over the wicket, round the wicket angle as well. So good is Shaheen Afridi. 173 for 8. Imad Wasim is coming on to bowl. Went for plenty in his first 2 overs. Just a little bit of surprise because normally he's very good with his line and direction. Hardly ever gets hit like that.
Oh, yeah.
Went for 27 in his first 2, but the man of the moment on the screen picking up his first fifer.
Catch and dropped. Heather Ali trying to explain to Imad and Baba that he couldn't locate the ball in the backdrop probably, but this should have been taken. He came in for the kill and grasped it.
Yeah, he misjudged that. I felt he was a little late off the blocks and waited for too long to get under the ball. Looks like he's hurt his finger in the process as well. Looks like he's gone off.
It's been given as a wide, even though the batsman had shuffled towards the offside, but the margins are so small when you bowl that line. Needed a wicket, Imad. Would have been a good comeback after being pelted for plenty in his first 2 overs.
Well, the batters out there are going to probably swing for everything. They do still have another 10 overs to go.
And the second power play, it's 175 for 8. He's been very good with his line and direction, hitting that fuller length and bowling from outside the off stump to allow the ball to spin back into the stumps. 5 for Iftikhar. Third and last power play has been signaled by the umpire. Here we go. Shaheen Afridi is wicketless. None for 19 of his 7 overs. But here's a very good chance of him getting at least a couple. Almost nailed a perfect Yorker.
There's that smirky little smile back, but he knows he's capable of producing those Yorker length toe crushers. How close is that? It's probably going to keep getting closer. We're not used to seeing Shaheen go wicketless, you know. Picked up 5 and then 6 in the match before that and 4, so 14 in all in the last 3. 15, apologies. Fantastic.
Followed the batsman this time. Must be a difficult angle for the batsman to judge from around the stumps to look to get the ball back into the stumps. Making sure that he keeps his toe away from the line of that Yorker. That's good thinking. Right on the cue.
Ramiz, those toe crushers can be painful. Which in your time was the bowler you dreaded because of those full length Yorkers?
Shaheen Afridi. Seriously, you know when he got his fastest 100 in international cricket in Kenya, so we were practicing, and so it was, I think, probably Moeen Khan. We were having open nets, warned me of his faster ball, and I had no idea because he's just done an under 19 tour. That's into the gap. What is happening? It's a 4. Missed the ball, I think, Abidari. There's a huge gap. There's just 3 men on the leg side, a long on, mid wicket, and a square and a fine leg. And well, look at Shaheen Afridi. He's pleading, he's telling him which way the ball has gone, so by the time he reacted, it was all too late.
Plenty going on out there in the middle. Shaheen clearly very animated, not happy. But it looks like the sun could probably be in the eyes of Abid Ali. It is coming down from that end.
Well, some say it's not a great viewing outfield. There would be a break in years gone by where they would take a break for about 15-20 minutes for the sun to settle down completely. Otherwise, you were looking directly into the sunlight and batting and fielding became that much more difficult. So there was an official break. Would you believe it? .181 for the loss of 8. So Arush, to complete the story, because these spinners are taking a minute and a half to finish the over before the end of our stint. I think this is the last over before we leave. So Shahid Afridi hit me on my toe. I couldn't walk for a day because that ended up to be a thunderbolt, almost as quick as some of our fast bowlers on that tour.
Ramiz, I'm not sure the fast bowlers of your time will be happy hearing their name didn't pop up in that story.
I know. And the toughest moment in my cricketing life was when Shahid Afridi got out after scoring that fastest 100 of what, 35 or 36 balls, and the next man in was yours truly. And while sort of he was walking out, I was walking in, I halted for a second. I said, what have you done? I've got no chance in hell to be half as good as you've been. So whatever I did, it would pale the performance of what he achieved. That was a 37 ball 100. Just tremendous striking by, he would have been what, about 17 or 18 then?
Yeah, young Shahid Afridi on that day just took the opposition apart, didn't he?
Catch it! Easy,
Right, we have another chance, another opportunity, and it's down. It's Heather Ali again. This time juggling it, and probably will not have a logical excuse of dropping that one. Went high in the air, that ball, and Heather Ali just couldn't probably catch it. I think it's probably in two minds, Aruj. The Australian style reverse cupping the ball, 4 attempts at catching a sitter.
Not having the best of debuts is this youngster. Yeah, but there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Not going to get more chances than that, Ramiz, is he?
Oh, that's gone. That really is well struck.
Well, the boys there in the middle in red are just deciding to have some fun. Pakistan not grabbing their opportunities. Probably the best way to go for them.
Is it one bounce? Oh, that's 6, I think. That's gone all the way. And we have a ball replacement as well, because that's gone and gone through the iron fence. And it's a 6. It was extremely well struck. Blessing Mazharabani will remember that shot for the rest of his career, because that's his first 6 in ODIs.
Pakistan have put down a few chances. There was some dropped in the first ODI as well. Fielding is something that's a very essential part and must be on point every match.
That's chopped into the gap. Watching Heather Ali go for those couple of tries, I think there's obviously a confidence issue and a technical issue as well. So he's got to practice hard, make sure that he doesn't do it again, and obviously reeling from it, still thinking about those drop chances. It's not nice. He's got to somehow take it out of his system and look to concentrate on the job at hand, which is to field well for the rest of the innings and then go out there and bat well. Another vicious Yorker.
Oh. No idea how that's missed. Exactly what Shaheen's asking. But they've played the national T20 at this venue, so they must be very used to the different timings of the day, different positions they've played with. And we all know that it always is in the back of our heads when we drop a catch or miss or do a misfield, but I think that's what's going to set him apart a little bit. I think he's done damage to the toe end of his bat there.
Well, his toes are safe, but the bat's toe is gone. Yeah, piece of wood comes off. I think that probably saved him in the end as well. It was being directed straight at the stumps, a little bit of inside edge on the bounce to the keeper. Bat is broken. The wickets are still intact.
Yeah, you see a little piece come off the bat there. Even the tail enders in the bowlers these days carry quite a few bats. So the replacement shouldn't be much of an option. Where Shaheen's got 2 more to finish this over.
It must be so irritating for Shaheen Afridi, because he's bowling some nice Yorkers and every time he's able to somehow manage them and play square through the offside. I mean, that's an impossible angle to create of a Yorker. So he's still wicketless. Shaheen Afridi, none for 35 of his 9 overs. 196 for 8.
Well, heading towards the 200 mark, and that psychologically will be quite a boost for Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe won the toss and they watched their team, the skipper did anyway, get to 138 for 5, 142 for 6. So these are important runs. God, they're all a little bit quiet, but suddenly it's the death rattle that doesn't make a rattle.
It was only a matter of time, wasn't it, before Pakistan got another breakthrough. Imad Wasim, the destroyer in this case. 9 down now, Zimbabwe, 2 runs short of the 200 mark. He's checking that back foot on the crease. And all happy. Spirited effort from Muzarabani coming down the wicket. He's looking just to punch that down to long on, actually. Wasn't trying to be too smart. He's gone for 17, 198 for 9.
Last man in, Richard Garava. Zimbabwe desperate to get the 200 up. Imad Wasim into his 5th over. He was expensive for this first 2. He went for 27 in his first 2 overs. So be happy for these overs to redeem himself and improve those numbers, those figures. Oh, that's a dart. That wouldn't have even hit the dartboard. That would have hit the wall. That wide, those 4 wides bring up the 200 for Zimbabwe.
Always psychological, isn't it? Getting over those little milestones, 150, 200, 250. This was the demise of Muzarabani. Coming down the wicket, just leaving a gap between bat and pad, enough for Imad Wasim to sneak through.
Yeah. Not sure what Imad Wasim is. Oh, it's almost, you can feel he's trying to experiment here, but surely against the tail enders you'd think, well, just bowl orthodox left arm spin, maybe drift one in and you're going to have your scalp. He's a good competitor though, Imad Wasim. Mumba on strike. He's been around for a while. He's faced 24 deliveries for his 9. Single off the last ball of the 44th. It's 205 for 9. Well, CHIBHABHA and ERVINE went quickly. Brian CHARI stuck around for his 25. Brendan Taylor looked good again, 36 from him. Sean Williams, very polished, 75 from him. Madhaveri 10. Some runs here from Mumba and Muzarabani. But Iftikhar, what a find he's been today. He's Best figures in one-day international cricket: 5 for 40 in 10, a wicket apiece for Rauf, Musa Khan, Fahim and Imad. Chance now for Shaheen to take his first wicket. 5 for 49 in the first one-dayer.
Just an indication that Karl Mumba might be looking to get on with things now. Of course, and this is the last pair for Zimbabwe. 206 for 9. You feel that is well short of what Zimbabwe would have wanted to be. Well short of what they would have felt they can defend. There's that Yorker once again from Shaheen. And this time doesn't quite get the radar as spot on as we know he can. Five overs and 4 balls remain in the innings after this. And Alan, it just must be disappointment for the Zimbabwean technical side. But once again, they've left 10 plus overs to be played out by the last 3 or 4 batsmen in the batting lineup, who we've already identified struggle with the bat.
Yes, it's the last thing you want to do, is leave overs out there that you know that you should be using. Doug Hondo there with the glasses on his head. Stuart Matsakanyeri in the middle. He's the batting coach. Of course, he played a lot for Zimbabwe over the years. The coach for Zimbabwe, Lalchand Rajput, is not here. Various visa issues. He just can't get the Yorker in today, can he? Normally it is a lethal weapon. He has delivered Yorkers, but some they've gone whistling past, and hasn't quite got the radar tuned. He's trying hard. Nobody tries harder than Shaheen. Picked up 5 for 49 2 days ago, and he hasn't got a wicket yet. He's bowled 4 dot balls. Can this be it? Well done. Well done, Garava. It's 45 gone, 206 for 9. Zimbabwe fielded an unchanged team. Did that surprise you, Tino?
It did. I felt the seamers didn't penetrate in that first ODI early on. I felt they were expensive in that last 10 overs, in particular because they didn't really have an in batsman that they were bowling at, and then just had a couple of the lower order batsmen to have to deal with. 90 in that last 10 overs. I would have been happier with 70 or 60.
Musa Khan bowled him, middle pole, and that is it. Musa Khan finishes off the job, and it's been a demolition job by Pakistan's bowlers. Musa finishes with 2, and Zimbabwe are all done for 206 after 45.1 overs. Disappointing because they did win the toss and elected to bat, but not the easiest of pitches today. A little bit slow. It's a hard-working pitch, but the last man out, Karl Mumba, bowled.
He gave a slight indication in the last over that he was going to try and get on with things, Karl Mumba. 5 wickets for Iftikhar. looks like he's pretty happy with his findings this afternoon.
Lots of double scores, double digits in there. CHARI 25, 36 Taylor. Williams, the pick of the bunch with 75, 10 from Madavere, and some runs at the end there. Mumba and Muzarabani, they might be very important. Partnerships to speak of, the 61 Williams and Taylor, 32 CHARI and Taylor, and towards the end there, Williams and Mumba and Muzarabani and Mumba with that 27-run partnership right there. 206, all out in 45.1. Standout figures there, Iftikhar, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 40 with his occasional off spin, but how effective it was today. He had the ball on a piece of string. Imad 1 for 43, Fahim 1 for 30, 2 for 21 for Musa Khan, Haris Rauf, his first ODI wicket, 1 for 31. Shaheen, wicketless today, but good numbers, 10 overs, none for 36. Well, it started well for Zimbabwe. Remember, they won the toss, but then there's a bit of extra pace from Musa Khan. And Craig Irvine dragging one onto his stumps as well. So losing those 2 early wickets did not help at all. Brendan Taylor came in and he looked pretty good. Brian CHARI opening as well and perishing after scoring just 25. Brendan Taylor sweeping for a 6. Picks up 4 this time and gets out. Looking for that leg side boundary. I'm not sure, Tina, when we look back on these numbers, Sean Williams with his 50, where Zimbabwe will look back and say, where did they perhaps not get it right? Great catch that from Shaheen.
Yeah, well, this is one of the wickets where they didn't quite get it right. Just felt that he played a couple of unnecessary strokes at the wrong time. Tendai Chisoro on the sweep. And Sean Williams would have felt that he probably felt a bit of pressure after he had lost Raza and Chisoro, batting with the last 3, and felt he needed to get on with things. This was Carl Mumba. He's given a life. Didn't add too many to his tally after that.
Muzarabani losing his stumps to Imad Wasim, and the end Musa Khan picking up 2 wickets. Pakistan's bowlers all getting amongst the wickets, except, would you believe, Shaheen. Pakistan need 207 to win this second ODI. The run chase will start at a modest 4.14. Here we go. There they are. The second one-day international in the series of 3 between Pakistan and Zimbabwe. Welcome to the highlights here at the Pindi Cricket Stadium in Rawalpindi. Pakistan won the first one-day international. They're looking to make it 2-0 and take an unassailable lead. And this is the pitch, a different pitch at the Pindi Stadium. A couple of cracks. It looks a little bit browner this time. And at the toss, it was won by CHIBHABHA, the Zimbabwe captain, who decided that Zimbabwe would bat first. Zimbabwe, they went in with an unchanged team. Brendan Taylor with that century in the first one-dayer. 2 changes for Pakistan. With Haris Sohail out injured and Wahab Riaz rested, in comes Haider Ali and Mohammad Musa Khan, the quick bowler. Zimbabwe won the toss and elected to bat. And our commentators to start, Uruj Mumtaz Khan and Ramiz Raja. Well, the top scorer, Sean Williams, he looked very polished and very composed with his 75. CHARI stuck around with his 25, but early strikes going against Zimbabwe, CHIBHABHA and ERVINE. And Brendan Taylor looked in good form yet again before he went for 36. And important runs at the end from Mumba and Muzarabani, but it all added up to a disappointing 206 from 45.1 overs. Standout performance today, Iftikhar with his 5 for 40 in 10 overs, his first 5-wicket haul in one-day international cricket. 2 wickets for Musa Khan, 2 for 21, 1 apiece for Harish Rao, Fahim Ashraf and Imad Wasim. And it doesn't happen very often, but wicketless Shaheen Shah Afridi, but he still had good numbers, 10 overs, none for 36. Target is a modest one for Pakistan. They need 207 runs in their 50 overs. It starts at 4.14 runs per over. A win will give them an unassailable lead in the series.
ITEL Mobile presents Brighto Paints Cup Pakistan versus Zimbabwe 2020. It's the second of 3 one-day internationals here at the Pindi Cricket Stadium. Zimbabwe winning the toss, electing to bat first. They only managed 206. 207 is what Pakistan require.
Beautiful architecture, that. Archers. And a lovely day to go with that lovely architecture. It's been a glorious day. And Pakistan need 207 to wrap up the series. Zimbabweans had their chances on a feather bed, but wickets kept on tumbling and just couldn't make much of the opportunity that they created for themselves after winning the toss and deciding to bat first. It's not a worthy score of the conditions. Looking at the pitch, 207. Mr. T, Zimbabwe will have to bowl out of their skins really to save this.
They will indeed. They have got their work cut out for themselves, but they did get themselves in this position. They're going to have to work extremely hard to try and get themselves out of it. Alim Dar, we've spoken a lot about him today. World record-breaking umpire, standing in his 210th one-day international, going ahead of Rudy Koertzen of South Africa. A wealth of experience at this level, and a man who has been under the ICC hat for many, many years. CHAMU CHIBHABHA, the Zimbabwean captain, he will be trying as much as possible to G up the players, get some energy, get some buzz around them, to ensure that they can try and get some early inroads in this Pakistan innings. And hopefully the spinners can do a job for them in the middle section. However, they only have 206 runs on the board.
Opportunity to find some form and feel confident about your skills, because you don't need to go at a high pace. 4.14 is the required rate. It's Imamul Haq, the left-hander, and Abid Ali, the right-hander, will take the crease. 39 matches for Imamul Haq. Nothing wrong with the average or the numbers. It's just the strike rate, especially in the power play, where it needs to improve. Best of 151. That, I think, was against Zimbabwe. Against England, in fact. At Bristol. Abid Ali has blossomed a bit late in life, but what a start to international career. One day debut 100, test match debut 100. And those numbers are pretty special. He's a hard-working individual, a thorough professional who works hard at his game. He knows his limitations, and that's an important takeoff point for you. You've got to operate within your parameters, know what you can do and you can't. And I think Abid Ali is dead set on what he can do well. His footwork is pretty decent, and Richard Ngarwa will test him out with the new ball.
Been out of the Zimbabwean lineup for a while, has Ngarwa. Didn't get any wickets the other evening, but impressive in parts of his spells. I felt his grouping could have been a little bit more consistent in the earlier part of his spells. Let's hope he gets it right today.
Got to treat this as maybe a 28 or a 30 over duel, Zimbabwe, because if Pakistan are allowed to bat till the 50th, they'll win this quite easily. So it has got to be now or never kind of an approach, and get your best talent in ASAP with the ball. and treat this as a 30-over challenge.
Third umpire today, Hassan Raza, stood in the first one-day international on Friday evening. Another match official who has been around Pakistan cricket for many a year. Oh, that is caressed through the covers. We know how strong he is through the covers, Imam. Can struggle sometimes when you take the ball away from him in a good length, but once it's over pitched like that, it's meat and drink.
Yeah, beautifully balanced when he was driving that one. Trying to get some purchase out of the wicket, I think. And that's the reason why he probably pitched it up to get some late swing. Two slips in place, looking for an outside edge. Lovely piece of timing from the left-hander. There's the pull shot. So already he has bowled 2 lengths in the first over of the innings. A full pitch delivery followed by a half tracker.
He's overcompensated, hasn't he? He hasn't got all of it, Imam. He's got enough on it. When you talk about him having already bowled 2 lengths, Rameez, I was going to say, I'm happier seeing him pitch the ball up. I'm happier seeing him draw Imam onto the front foot playing strokes. Once you start pushing the ball back on this kind of surface, you're looking for trouble.
The matches in the ODIs or the ODI series are being played for ICC Cricket World Cup Super League, and so net run rate will count, because there's every likelihood that you may end up on the same points as some of the other sides, and so net run rate will come into play. Asif Yaqub, second ODI for him. He's the senior pro, about 208 matches senior to Mr. Yaqub. Has had a wonderful career. End of the over, 9 without a wicket. Jose Braza is the fourth umpire. Serious looking Jose, always seems to wear a pair of specs. So you can never tell where he's looking.
On your right side.
Thank you.
The fourth umpire there, nodding, is not nodding off. Blessing Muzarabani is in. I got to feel better than that. Guarding a small score here, Zimbabwe. Got to be live wire out there in the field.
You'll be disappointed, will the young man at backward point, Wesley Madevere, prides himself in all 3 departments. He's a very, very good fielder. It's not often that you see him let himself down like that. Very, very agile, young, quick across the turf. just the attributes you're looking for somebody at backward point. That's just dying through to the keeper, Brendan Taylor. That's nicely bowled. And that's exactly where he wants to be, Musarabani. He's got that angle going across, Imam. Sometimes limited, especially early on in his innings, in terms of that front foot confronting the bowler. And that's the area he wants, just going across him. Doesn't want to get too much fuller than that. We've already seen his strength through the covers. Plays it nicely straight back past the bowler, down the ground as well. We've spoken a lot about Alim Dar today, Rameez. We had the pleasure of interviewing him earlier. I was quite keen to hear what he had to say, but obviously it was in Urdu, so I didn't quite get much there.
I thought you were pretty good at Urdu, but I can understand. Well, I asked him, like any cricketer, you know, a batsman or a bowler would have a special year to remember. So what year was for Alim Dar that he felt he was at his best? And I couldn't get a straight answer. He says, look, I've enjoyed this. I'm extremely fit. And so over the years, every year has been special. But I feel that 2009, 10, 11, 3 years where he was outstanding, awesome. I've just been told by Mazhar that not once during that 2011 World Cup campaign was his decision reversed. So he had a flawless time of it. And he felt that direct hit at the non-striker's end, and Abid Ali would have been a goner. What is happening? Once again, miscommunication. 11 without a wicket after 2.
A bit of a misunderstanding between Abid Ali and Imam ul Haq, and we saw a couple of these similar situations in the first one-day international. It's important is to get whatever's on your chest off it and make sure that you clear that mind. Now you can see that Abid was going back because the ball's pretty much in line with the stump, so he wanted to make sure that he's got his bat in the crease. At the same time, his partner was running up. Just a little bit of communication that needs to be sorted out between the two.
So far during this series, you know, the way he's called for these quick singles, Imam doesn't give you a lot of assurance. So he's got to call early, call clearly. And there's no need to rush yourself by taking those difficult singles. This is not a taxing total for Pakistan to overall, so you can take your time.
I mean, this is an ideal total to be chasing. Obviously, for both of these two, I would have loved to bat longer in that first game, set up a good series after scoring early in the series. And as you say, Rameez, there's no rush. 207 runs to get, 50 overs, placid conditions really. So give yourself an opportunity, bat long, And the last thing you want to do in this kind of a situation is run yourself out.
Well, frankly, Tino, I was expecting Zimbabwe to bat second after winning the toss, because the other night they were outstanding chasing down that score, even though they were short a few runs, lost by 26 runs. But, you know, why change the module when you know that you probably can get the better of Pakistan come in a second opportunity?
They'll look for two. Decide against it. I had this conversation this morning. I can't quite remember with who. It might have been Wilco. And my general feeling was that if Zimbabwe did win the toss, they would actually bat second. One, because they did a pretty decent job of it the other night. But in general, the Zimbabwean team likes to chase. They've won more games in the last few years chasing totals. They're more comfortable doing that. Statistically and quick single, good running. And the conversations I've had about Pindi Cricket Stadium is that it will give something to the bowlers early on. And I thought to myself, with the seamers that they've got, Zimbabwe would rather not have that and maybe bat second. But then today we came a bit of grass off the surface, and that's probably what pushed CHAMU to decide to bat first.
Well, that is pretty special. I think it's Khushal Shah.
No.
Very busy at the creases, Abid Ali. End of the over, it's 14 without a wicket. So looking forward to seeing Haider Ali play his first ODI innings. He's a real talent. He usually opens the innings, Haider Ali, but slotted in the middle order, and for a young kid that can be a little difficult to assess the situation, at what pace to go and operate. A little bit of width and glorious through the offside. That is a special cover drive. Everything so right and correct about that flourishing drive.
Yep. You cannot over-reiterate that if you pitch the ball up outside the off stump, you're looking for trouble. Especially in the power play with Imam Ul-Haq. That is a beautiful stroke. What I've liked today is hit a couple through there. He really hasn't tried to hit the leather off it. All he's done is just get into a good position, wait for the ball to come to him, and just timed it through the covers.
Idea is to pick the right length. Two slips wait for you to make a mistake. So the moment you see an opportunity, you've got to pounce on it. Anything pitched up has got to go. It's a beautiful batting strip, this. A pitch where you can be quite free to play those expansive drives. Whilst his average is very good, numbers are very impressive, but lowest strike rate in overs from 1 to 10. Second worst, got to say, since 2017. That's not what you want from an opener, because normally you get good batting surfaces. And so maybe an area where you'd like to improve, and this is an excellent series for him to go up a few notches in that department.
It's It's interesting that you bring that up. After the first one-day international, I would have bet my bottom dollar that after the way they went about their partnership, the two openers, Abidali and Imam Al Haq, who we're talking about now, I would have thought that Fakhar Zaman would have been in the side today to get that acceleration at the top of the innings. Just talking about those strike rates, Fakhar Zaman's is at 85 since 2017. I just had a feeling that Pakistan probably would have been a bit disappointed about how they went about that first part of their innings. It looked to me like they were circumspect. It might be the fact that they haven't played cricket since September last year, but I really thought that we would have seen Fakhar Zaman in the starting 11 today.
Swing and a miss, and Pakistan remain on 19 after 4 overs without a wicket down.
Shake of the head from Blessing Zarabani. He's not happy. I'm not quite sure what he's unhappy about. Bit of a mumble to himself. He's got another 6 balls to go and think about what he wants to correct in that next over.
They've lacked a bit of consistency, and in a situation like this, you've got to be on the money. This is a different kit that they're wearing, Tino. Striped yellow with not exactly, it's not a burning red color that they're wearing. I remember the 92 World Cup, Zimbabwe's jerseys, that color, that red color that they wore, and their kit sold the most amongst all cricket playing nations just because of that burning red color. That's 4. Abid Ali, a little off balance, but still ends up with a 4. Good enough shot to earn him a 4.
Maybe that burning red color must come back. Get some fiery performances from the boys. Put away with ease. Abid Ali swiveling on that back foot, making sure that he rolled the wrists over the top of that ball. Haven't seen a lot of him. Managed to watch a little bit of your National T20 Cup, but he looks very strong off his legs and through the onside.
Remains extremely busy at the crease, which is a good thing, because he can deflect pressure and can sort of be the aggressor in a partnership. Very keen at rotating the strike. Fanless stadium. This is the new norm, I guess. I don't know how the players will react once the crowds pour in, because it'll sound a little different, surely. Some wouldn't mind it because the great players want the arena, the big stage, the buzz to get them going. Some would want a quieter place. I don't know. What do you think?
It's interesting you say that. And I remember a few comments from a couple of the English players who said that I'm going to struggle without the crowd because it's something that gets me going. And then, of course, when you have a new norm, looking for 2, should get back comfortably and does. When something becomes the new norm and you get used to that, then sometimes it's very difficult to have to go back to what the norm was. I think in particular in a sport like cricket, you always want the fans there. They just give you that little bit of extra firepower, get behind you.
Well, I like this new norm to continue for a little while, Tino. The reason being I'm not being hassled for passes and tickets. It's a perfect new norm for some of the commentators in Pakistan. 27 without a wicket.
Sedated start from Pakistan. Current run rate 5.4. 27 for no loss. Required rate from here on just 4. Advances down the wicket. Abid Ali. Certainly looks like he's happy to get on with things. We know that he strikes the ball well. Likes to get on with things. Didn't get going in that first one-day international. So far today, he's certainly shown that he's feeling quite positive. Word of the day is that.
It's extremely well bowled. But can he keep that ball there? Can he keep bowling in that corridor?
Well, he needs to. One thing that's concerning me, though, is how the ball's going through to Brendan Taylor. Those slips are quite a way back. And unless he has a full flash, I'm not sure the ball's going to carry.
What a sight. I just saw Mazhar Rabbani walking back in his run-up and just past Abid Ali at the non-strikers end. Chalk and cheese when it comes to height matters. Abid Ali max 5'6". Mazhar Rabbani max 6'8".
Extremely tall man. This is Imran's first 10 overs in the series. Look at those dots. A lot of dots, and look at the majority of them just outside that off stump and just above the height of the stumps. That's the area we're talking about that they want to concentrate on. Sometimes the feet don't quite go, and he can get himself in trouble there. That's in the air. There's a man at mid-on, and it's just eluded him. Karl Mumba does the fielding. Another couple to the Pakistan total. 6 gone, 30 for no loss. Much more positive start today from Imam Ul Haq, 21 from 26. Abid Ali looking like he does want to get on with the business. He's just on 8. Started the 7th over.
If you're not getting wickets, the next best thing is to keep the batsman honest. And I think that is what the try has been. The wickets column needs to fill up for Zimbabwe to make it an interesting challenge and tussle. Get an off spinner in. There's a left-hander out there in Imam. Something different. Pace off the ball. Saw Iftikhar pick up 5 wickets. Can take a lead from his performance.
And they definitely got to try something out of the ordinary. I think they've already started doing that. Karl Mumba opened the bowling in the first ODI. He's not doing that today. Zarabani swapping roles with him. But as you say, Zimbabwe really needs to get those early wickets. At the moment, Pakistan 30 on the board already, looking comfortable. Setting a base and a foundation. Sometimes to try and get those wickets, you've got to do something out of the ordinary.
I'd be very keen as a fielding side to hold on to an opportunity of a run out. Look for that run out opportunity, because with Imam out there, anything can happen. Drive into the gap and 4, powerfully struck by Abid Ali.
The aura that's been around him so far in this innings, a little bit of width and full length like that, he's going to climb onto. That's a beautiful stroke. Just open the face and ensure that that pierced the gap between the man at extra cover and mid-off. Disappointed is Richard Ngarava.
Abid Ali's helmet seems to be one size large up, because every time he drives the ball hard, he has to adjust the frame of his helmet. That's an excellent run. Nice early call. He was off.
That's a very good call for a partnership that has had its issues in terms of running and calling and trusting each other. And that is a perfect example of what should be done. Soft hands, realize that the fielder's on the back foot, call quickly. And the non-striker doesn't ball watch. Trust your partner's call.
Cuts, well fielded at point. A little bit of indecision again whether to go for a sharp single or not. And after 7 overs, 35 without a wicket down, Pakistan.
Oh, that's been worked leg side. Nothing more than a short arm jab. Abid Ali just picking up the length of that delivery, heading towards the sun. Chasing the sun there, Basit, which I'm looking straight into, and I couldn't see where it's gone, but I think it's gone just backward of square.
Little shovel towards the leg side. It's all been very comfortable for the openers, especially when it has been back of a lane.
Musa Abani has got a lot going on with this action. We have talked about it in the first ODI. Obviously, he's a rhythm bowler because you know the arms cross and he's a little bit off balance when he delivers. But there's something there. There's a little bit of spark, and he gets every now and again he gets one to deviate dramatically off the pitch. So there is something to work with there. Bold, and every now and again he hurries on to the pads.
I just feel that he's lost a slight bit of pace because of those crossing of the arms. I've not noticed this before, but been pointed out yesterday.
Well, just watch the ball. Great there, that's good. But then now the ball comes down on the left-hand side of his head, and it should be on the other side. And if you try and do that, try and do it at home in your back garden, you'll probably end up hitting yourself. It's most awkward, and he's, as we said, he's losing some pace there because of it, because of the angle, and because these arms are crossing. So I would still think that if somebody can work with him, and you know, that's what's required. And it seems to be something that he's developed in recent times.
Yeah, I was sent photographs again very kindly by Contact in Zimbabwe, and he showed in those photographs that his action in 2018 was better, and he was getting the ball through much better with the energy going down the ground or towards the batsman.
End of the over. 6 from that over. 41 for no wicket from 8. .41 was the power play score for Pakistan in the first one-day international. Imam and Abid Ali. I think there might have been a temptation to give Pakistan a game today. He gives a different dimension, certainly from that which Imam offers. Hyder Ali in the side, Musa Khan brought into the side. So it's one of these circumspect starts again, but it's 5 runs and over from Pakistan to start. And 22 for Imam, Abid Ali with 18. 8 gone, 41 for no wicket, and 207 is the target. Here's Karl Mumba, and he's travelling straight away. Short and wide, and it's a gift.
That length has been easy for both Imam and Abid Ali. Once you are on the shorter side, you are being punished. Add bit to that, that's always going to be a boundary.
Again, that's travelling fast. Oh dear. And Brian CHARI down there at third man. But the bowler here, Karl Mumba's got to get his line right. He's come round the wicket. He shouldn't be giving this much width outside off stump.
And the length short enough to be able to open the face and run it down. And it's gone so quickly to CHARI at third man that he got into a tangle.
He has had problems, Karl Mumba, running on the pitch. I He doesn't look so natural coming around the wicket. I wouldn't mind seeing him coming over the wicket, especially since 2 of these first 3 deliveries have gone flying for 4. Doesn't look comfortable in the way once he's delivered the ball, he doesn't quite know where to run. Couple more here, so it's an expensive start. This 50 up for Pakistan, so it's improved on the power play score in the first match, which was 41 in 10 overs. Imam going along at a slightly quicker rate of knots than he did in the first game. Abidali also rather taking his time, but they're setting the foundation here. Fielded. Sikandar Raza, the fielder. Really, I think if you're the captain, you'd have to go and have a word with the bowler here and say, listen, that's 4 deliveries, which have been 4 balls. Hit me balls.
Yeah, it's just too short. The one delivery that was wide and full, Iman left that alone. So the width plus the length has been wrong.
And there's another one. Raz has done well. Sharp piece of fielding by Sikandar. 11 gone, 52 for no wicket. Sikandar Raza didn't really bother the scorers too much today. Need his bowling. He's changed his bowling action. He's got a sort of a Sunal as Narain copycat, really. He's changed it. He drags, he holds his arm behind his back and bowls it like Narain. Muzar Ambani will continue. Raza's issuing instructions. Of course, he's not the skipper, that's CHIBHABHA, but the 2 of them just had a bit of a chat. CHIBHABHA is at first slip. So 2 slips for Muzar Ambani. Abidali on strike. Down the leg side it goes. It's the problem with the crossing of the arms and the way the ball just deviates so dramatically, gives the keeper no chance.
They're down the leg side and almost swings after it's past the batsman. Well, Brendan Taylor, even though he's kept well, he'd have to have a hop, skip and jump to get to that. Qaid-e-Azam Trophy all around Karachi happening. That's the scores up till tea. More than got 354 all out. 92 for 99 for 2. Sarfraz with 100. Imran Farhat also getting 100. Leg side wide again. This time didn't swing, so Brendan Taylor got across. A couple of hundreds from Sarfraz and Imran Farhat. And somebody who missed out on his 100 was Omar Amin. This is National Bank Sports Complex. Boutique ground, quite picturesque. But quite a classy player is Omar Amin. Would have been quite disappointed not to get those 6 small runs.
Good shot. Very nice shot. That is textbook from Abid Ali. So pleasing on the eye.
And here at Rawalpindi, it's now started to really rain boundaries. Overcompensating with the width outside off stump on the up cover drive from Abid Ali. And it races away. This outfield is super fast.
Oh dear, get a shot of that. Put it on the dressing room door. Just put a little caption, bat like this. He's hit this well. Confidence is oozing now from that polished bat of Abid Ali.
The first ODI, there was a bit of criticism around social media about the intent that the Pakistani top order had, and I think everybody expected that they'd improve this game, and they've done exactly that. They've come out with more positive intent, looking for runs. And exactly that, just looking for the short singles as well. Maybe the pitch is now sliding on better, so you can play your shots better, but whatever it is, everything's improved in terms of strike rate, in terms of run scoring. And like I mentioned before, the intent has improved. Also the fact that they've played a game and they've maybe now figured out that first game wasn't good enough. And they've now got into this series. It's not, everybody's not as professional as Alan Wilkins, who just hit the ground running every time.
You've been reading the right reports. No, I'm not sure if there was anything on that, but that is swung prodigiously. No, it's byes. Byes given. That's unfair on the keeper.
This is almost like watching cricket in England. The ball passes the bat and then starts to swerve or swing. And I keep telling you, this is the one ground that reflects English conditions the most, Rawalpindi.
I'll take your word on that. Power play is done. Pakistan 67 for no wicket. Power play is done. 10 overs, good start this for Pakistan. They're chasing 207 to win this contest. Another lovely evening here in Rawalpindi. Say evening, it's just 25 to 5. Well, this is just a few clips from the power play.
A short ball didn't work at all. Imam settled in. Abid Ali also clip off his pads. Then to work with, the width to work with. And it's all been about hitting those boundaries. And they've come thick and fast, especially in the back end of the power play.
Change of bowling, it's going to be slow left arm spin now from Tendai Chisoro. Yeah, the spin department for Zimbabwe did pretty well in the first ODI. Just put the brakes on. Short, wide. And Irvine, Craig Irvine has pulled off An absolute stunner. And it's left Abid Ali forlorn, but walking off. That is a catch to remember. And he's probably got stinging fingers because it should have clattered into the concrete on the other side of the ground.
The problem with all that is that it's only the catch to remember. The ball is to forget, and also the shot straight at the man where he could have played it anywhere. It was so short and so poor that it took Abid Ali by surprise.
It took Chisoro by surprise as well. Abid Ali, it looked good while he was there. 23 he's gone for, 68 for 1.
Flex it towards you. Center. Still.
On up, boys.
Left and round, 5 to come.
Babar Azam,
Fine.
Pakistan's captain, one-day captain.
Come on, T.
And if you want a ball to get off the mark, that's the one.
Stand up.
Short, wide, completely. Well, it's not threatening anything really. Babar Azam, who's the most stylish player, and he backs it up with substance as well. Heading towards 3,400 runs. Strike rate 87, his best the 125. He's got 11 one-day international hundreds, and the average heading towards 54.
Good job. That's fine. Bada.
Well, if you wanted a ball to hit to the fence, this was it. But Abid just smashes it straight to cover. Irvine takes the catch. But I don't know what you say to him when he goes back to the pavilion. Have a look at your shot. Or is it too good a delivery to get you out? He just absolutely smashed it straight to the man. It's a good catch. And even that, well, decide for yourself.
Well, I was going to say he had a pair of stinging hands, but I'll change the anatomy. They somehow caught it. It went straight through his hands.
Come on, T.
Caught midships. But anyway, it's a catch. Single off the last ball of the 11th over. 11 gone, 72 for 1. Abid Ali gone for 23. He was beginning to look very threatening, playing some delightful cover drives. Haider Ali is due in next. So 5 overs from Muzarabani, and he's got another one coming up here. Pakistan's boundaries, and there's been 9 in this 72. It's been a lot of width. Look at the width on offer.
And quite a few short ones as well. And Imam with that has been very comfortable. Short and wide obviously is going to get hit, but I think if you go fuller, especially on this pitch, even if you miss your length, you've got more of a chance. But if you just go short all the time, it's not going to work. And with Zimbabwe having won the toss and elected to bat, they would have thought that under lights the ball will swing. Maybe that's the opportunity where you nick a couple off, you get them in trouble with that attack. They're good with the new ball. They sort of fall away at the back end. So you wanted to maximize that. But for swing to happen, for sea movement to happen, you have to pitch it up.
Looks like runs again, 4 of them. Just a little tuck around the corner from Pakistan's captain.
Simple. Babar Azam makes batting look very, very simple. Just turns it around the corner, times it, and it's a high boundary scoring round anyway. So you just need to place it well enough.
Yes, and to Babar Azam, you just can't waver off your line as much as that. And that's the problem here for Muzarabani. He's not bowling consistently a line or a length. Leg side again. 4 more. Beautiful shot. What a sound off the bat as well.
Silky smooth from Babar Azam yet again. Like flick of the wrist, and it's off and away. Beautiful boundary. And the 11th 4 of the innings.
Leg side again. It's really, there is a man out there now, but Muzarabani's got to really look at where he's bowling. 10 from the over, 82 for 1. Pakistan well ahead of the required rate, which is a fraction over 4. They're going along at nearly 7. So perfect start here for Pakistan, and with Imam ul Haq, he seems to be setting his store out once again. 37 from 42. Chisoro.
I think Chisoro has decided that the best way to get a wicket is just bowl in the middle of the pitch. That one extremely short again. He's very good in the first game. His lengths were perfect. Today he's got a wicket, a bonus wicket. But he's just been banging in short throughout these 8 deliveries.
Let's swap these guys around and block the one here. Just behind Wes. Just behind. No, bless. Jackpot. Backward some more.
No, no, no.
You see?
It's up there to drive, and it's almost like a free hit down there because long off. It's long off. There's no min off. So just literally, you play your shot and just go through with it. It's a single. Oh, that's close. That's worth a shout. Might just be worth a review because he is the captain. Go on. You've got to go upstairs if you fancy, if you think it's got a chance. Captain CHIBHABHA, seconds ticking away. If he's given leg by, time is out. Well, I think given the circumstances that Pakistan are 84 for 1, a leg by has been given. I think you've got to try and get anything you can going your way. You know, it can be turned around. Just you're talking millimeters. But anyway, that's gone. So is that over. 4 from it, 13 gone, 86 for 1. Beautiful. Lovely days and lovely evenings here in Islamabad. Back to the cricket, Zimbabwe. Sean Williams with 75. Zimbabwe bowled out. 45 for 1. Pakistan 86 for 1. In reply to Zimbabwe's 206. Pakistan need 121 off 37. That's a wide. Madhaveri is on, the off spinner.
Spin needs to strike. Iftikhar got 5 wickets and turns Zimbabwe's innings over. Couple of runs, good running. Intent from Imam has been good throughout the innings. Babar Azam last over. Well, there was a huge appeal, but they didn't go upstairs. And even if there was a slight chance, they should have gone upstairs. Smashed through the offside, maybe another couple of runs, but when Babar Azam gives you a sniff, you have to take a chance, take an opportunity. They had the opportunity to go upstairs and they declined. Well, it is clipping, so they wouldn't have lost their review, but they didn't even go and check. That could have easily been a wicket, just inches in it. And at this rate, Alan, Pakistan doing this fairly comfortably. That grill snapper that you're having every day is coming in quickly. Early dinner.
Oh, sensational actually. You don't need to review it. It's. But I think they had to review that. But that's all gone now. That's all gone. I just think, you know, when a side is 90 odd for 1, chasing 207, you've got to grasp anything that comes your way. Madhaveri, the bright future, I think, for Zimbabwe cricket. Bats with increasing confidence and a decent off spinners as well bowled. 7 from the over, 14 gone, 93 for 1.
Not exactly a free-flowing Babar Azam for you, but is off the mark. 12 of 9 balls. Rawalpindi railway station. Beautiful architecture. There's a lot of history as well. Look at that brickwork, those arches. Pakistan's 4th largest city, Pakistan. And we've got the Rawalpindi Express locked in there as well. Nearing yet another 50, Imam. He's been very consistent in one-day internationals.
Played with a lot more purpose and intent today. With an improved strike rate as well.
It's a fast outfield and well stopped by Raza. 3 to the left-hander. There's a lot of scope for delicacy in one-day international, and here's a good example of it.
Played it very late, very fine. Nice stab there from Imam, fetching him 3 runs.
Who's this class, Babar Azam? Such a neat player, classy player. Great exponent of cover drive. There he goes. Nice high elbow. Still hit. Magnificent follow through. That's good running. Imam called for the second. 99 for 1. Nicely cut grass. Lovely one-day conditions here in Rawalpindi. The artificial lights are in full bloom. He'll learn a lot about bowling against good sides. So it's a very good opportunity, a unique opportunity, I would say, for Wesley to come and bowl to good players.
Shown his potential with the bat. Even earlier on in the innings, in the first innings, he did get some good blows in. But again, we've seen the importance of an all-round cricketer, Iftikhar, with his off-spin, picking up the 5 wickets. So if he can develop in the bowling aspect as well, what a find and what a potential he'll be for Zimbabwe.
He's to be provided with a good, healthy environment, though, Arush, because if you come into a losing environment, then you become like the others. So, is like a breath of fresh air. 100 comes up for Pakistan, and so he's got to be given a good, working, encouraging, winning environment. It's onus on Zimbabwe really to provide that to their young cricketers.
The captain has mentioned this a couple of times, that the belief in crossing the line to the winning matches is what's missing. And youngsters like that can provide impetus to that.
Well stopped. Lovely stop by the bowler himself. It's 100 for 1. Chisore is in. Single away from a 50 Imam. He's got 7 ODI hundreds and 7 50s. This would clearly be his 8th. Oh, 8 sound. They go up for a strong appeal. They've got 2 reviews left. Thinking about it. DR's timer is on. You got to hurry. Got to decide quickly, captain. He decides.
Third umpire to director. Review for caught behind. Original decision not out. It's a fair delivery. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Ball is close to the bat. Can you go for ultra edge, please? Stand by waiting for ultra edge. Still stand by. Yes, keep rolling, flat line. Roll it back. Yeah, freeze the frame when ball is next to the bat. There is a spike when ball is next to the bat and there is no gap between ball and bat. So can you go back on field, please? There is a spike when ball is next to the bat, Asif. So I recommend you to change your original decision. You're on screen now.
So correct decision made in the end. There's a slight spike, and in the end Zimbabwe did well to ask for a review. 1 away from his 50, and it's 100 for 2 now.
One leg. Thank you.
Yeah. I wish. I'm walking on. Look at all my shooter.
Pakistan 100 for 2. The last wicket falling just before drinks break. Let's have the 2 wickets fallen. It was there to be hit, but Abid Ali hit it straight to the man in the inner ring. Chisoro picking up his first, and then the other one. Imam, what an unfortunate dismissal, falling one short of his 50.
Yeah, freeze the frame when ball is next.
Haider Ali walks in on his ODI debut.
Big moment for Haider Ali. He'll remember this ball for the rest of his career, the first ball. Oh! Almost got the better of Haider Ali. What a good arm delivery that was. Deceived him, deceived the first slip fielder as well.
Chisoro did everything right there to set it up. Came in with the arm. Wasn't there to be cut, but Zimbabwean skipper could not grab hold of that.
It's turning out to be a good spell by Chisoro. 2 for 15 in 3.3. Keeping it nice and simple, looking to attack the stumps and getting it to come back with the arm. Not getting a lot of spin, but he's got a field set to keep things quiet. Unlucky dismissal. Choked down the leg side. Umpire didn't give it out. DRS was taken, and there's a spike shown on the ultra edge. On 49. To reverse his decision, and it's 1 or 2 for 2.
Richard.
Left arm spin of Sean Williams will be on view. Pakistan need 1 of 5 in 33 overs. Not a difficult task at all. In fact, good for Haider Ali to come in and play his natural calm innings. No pressure whatsoever, the scoring rate, even though he's such a good striker of the ball.
Ramiz, more importantly, he's got Babar, who's so sound and solid at the crease to guide him through, because obviously he didn't have the best of starts in the field earlier on in the day. But he needs to let go of all of that and just play his natural style of cricket that we've seen him. At the under-19 level, at the PSL, he plays for Peshawar Zalmi, impressed all of us.
Should be 2. The only issue is that how quickly adjust to this number 4 post. Not easy to get going against spin if you're not used to it. And clearly he's an opener, a top order batsman, either opens or bats at 3. Batting at 4 or 5 can be a little taxing for any young kid. But But learn he must. It's an opportunity. He should grab it with both hands. Good batting pitch. No pressure whatsoever of the run rate. 102 required in 33 overs. Just got to be careful with his back foot cut shot, because the ball can remain low, and most of these left armers from Zimbabwe have been quick through the air. They're not seeking spin. It's just accuracy and the arm angle that they look at. Oh, and dropped. I think it was a catch, yes. They all look pained by that drop.
Brendan Taylor not grabbing that one. 1, 2, and 3 opportunities. Come back to the point that you make, that Heather almost seems like going too hard at the ball. The ball's not really there to be cut. Needs to be careful.
In juggling terms, pretty similar effort from the keeper and to that of Heather Ali in the deep field. 106 for 2. Almost had him. It wasn't such a difficult chance. All he had to do was to stay low and then get up with the ball.
Wes, come up, please. Wait. Yeah.
There he goes. Over the top. Easily done. It's a 4 strong strike from Heather Ali. Such a good striker of the ball, especially down the ground.
Backing his strength here. Picked up the length early and just swung through the line. We saw him during the National T20 and the PSL both. We saw him do that during those tournaments. There's a drop catch from Brendan Taylor. Simple one, there wasn't much of a deflection.
We also saw how cramped the batsman was. He had to really walk back away from the line of the ball, was off balance, and so never in control to play that cut shot. Little things, little errors that Zimbabwe can ill afford. 6 overs done, 112 for 2. Five men in the ring. Got to have more men in the circle. Got to force Pakistan to do something out of the ordinary. This is going to be a simple walk over the winning tape for Pakistan. If they carry on to bat like this, they can easily do it in singles. So what can Zimbabwe do? They can fiddle with the field positions, have an extra man in, maybe have a short cover or a short mid-wicket. Oh, got to be careful of Wesley. He's very quick on his feet.
Zimbabwe will have to force an error here. Put pressure on the new man. He is on debut, will have some nerves.
Goes big, 6. Fabulous, it's out of here. Muscled it over long on, and that's his quality. That's why he should be a preferred option all the time, every time, especially with the white ball.
Cleared his front leg and hit through for a magnificent big hit. First 6 in ODI cricket from the young Haider Ali. That will definitely shake the nerves off. Starting to look a little more confident as he progresses through his innings.
It's a big hit, 90 meters, 6. It's youthful exuberance, it's being fearless, and a very, very refreshing approach. Got his cap in the morning. ODI debut for him. Great scenes, being congratulated by his mates. Richly deserves the green color on his chest, on his head. And is qualified quite briskly from under 19 level to Pakistan level. Made the headlines during the PSL, caught the eye for hitting some massive sixes, turning the game on its head in a matter of few balls. He's got that kind of caliber and quality.
He plays with a certain flair, and I think that's what's important. He must stick to what his natural qualities are.
Long on, long off in position for Haider Ali. So that allows him an easy passage to the non-strikers, and that's what you do against spin. So look for an attacking option. If you achieve it, then milking singles become that much more easier through mid-on and mid-off. On the other hand, we've got the gliding grace of Babar Azam. Glides into those drives with so much of ease. $20 done. I've spilled my tea here. Apologies to Mazhar. 121 for 2.
As Ramiz Raja enjoys his tea here in the commentary box, we'll be experiencing a delightful innings being played by 2 batsmen. Both of them seem to have plenty of time, and especially Babar, so pleasing on the eyes, seems to have so much time on his hands.
There's still 4 matches left on this tour. 1 ODI and then 3 T20s, and I would ideally like to see more youngsters being given chances. We all are looking forward to seeing some freshness in the playing 11. And on the account of what we saw during the T20 tournament, there's plenty of skill, class and talent in young kids. And there's some talent for you. That is some shot. It wasn't more than a flick through wrists. And it went up in the air, sailed over the rope with utmost of ease. He's got that great ability to create a sensational shot out of a difficult ball.
It was short and it was there to be hit. But then you still have to dispatch them. Mere timing. Another maximum for the young Haider Ali.
runs. That's lovely batting. Once again, Risty played it fine. And he's overtaken Babar Azam in speed and in runs terms also, 25 from just 18 balls.
Another thing with young players coming up is fresher legs, younger legs. They run faster through the wickets and convert the ones into twos.
Should get 2. Acreage of land available on that side of the cricket ground to pick up runs. End of the over, it's 132 for 2. Goes aerial, and it's safe into the gap. Blessing Mazrabani takes the longer route, and a misfill allows them to take that extra third run. Our stint is over. We've got Wilco and Mr. T to take you through.
Looking comfortable, nicely played. Just backward of square. And get another couple. Really is just a canter now for Pakistan from here on in. Current rate at 6.37. Required now below 2.5 to the over. Oh, that's a big shot and gone. He looks like he's going to go straight up and does exactly that, Haider.
Director, we have a review for LBW. Original decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Ball is very close to the bat or gloves. Ball is very close to the bat or gloves. Can you go for ultra-edge, please? No worry. Yeah. Keep rolling. Rock and roll. Rock and roll. Still waiting for ultra edge. Stand by, Alim. Stand by. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Roll forward, forward, forward. Roll forward, forward, forward. Roll it back, back. Forward and freeze the frame when ball is next to the gloves. Forward. Forward. Roll forward, forward. more, 2 frame more. Forward, forward. Yes, freeze. Forward, forward, 2 frame more, 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 more. Satisfied. Flat line, satisfied, no bat involved or gloves. Can you go for ball tracking, please? Roll forward. Forward, 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 forward. There is no spike. When ball is next to the gloves, roll through to the pads. Yes, there is a spike now. So I'm satisfied, no gloves or bat involved. Go for ball tracking, please. Pitching outside of, impact in line, wicket sitting. Aleem, stay with your original out decision. I'll let you know when you are on screen. You are on screen now.
Well, the technology shows that Haider Ali was out, LBW. It looked from the one angle that it might have been a bit of glove involved, but no spike. As you heard the third umpire, Haider Ali, LBW bowled Sean Williams. He's gone for 29, 137 for 3. Mohammad Rizwan with 2 one-day hundreds. The best of them is the 115. Average of 32. Both those hundreds against the Australians. Now let's have another look at this. Well, I think Haider Ali will look at this and wonder why on earth there wasn't a spike. Maybe it was because it was a brush, the ball brushing the gloves, and the gloves didn't give the necessary purchase or friction. But whatever it is, it's been given out, and the technology showed that there was no spike. And you have to go with the technology. But it means a chance now then for Mohammad Rizwan, and it gives a little bit of hope for Zimbabwe as they remove another top order bat for Pakistan. And they've got to believe here that if they can remove 1 or 2 here now, Rizwan get into Iftikhar and Fahim, then they're starting to look at the lower order.
It's good, Alan, that they've managed to get 3 wickets. For me, it's a bit late. Again, the Zimbabwean seamers weren't able to strike early, and it was even more important to do that today with only 206 runs on the board than it was the other day when Pakistan were batting first. Thought about the quick single, decided smartly against it. Sean Williams getting on a bit in terms of age, but still very, very quick across the ground.
What Zimbabwe don't have here, you know, with respect, is they don't have the big sort of fast spearhead bowler like Carl Jarvis or like Tendai Chitara. They don't have that guy, and that's what you're lacking here. That's what Zimbabwe are lacking. These are wholehearted efforts from Nazarabani, but you need a spearhead, and there isn't that guy there. So although these efforts from the attack, they're good and they're wholehearted, but you need a little bit more.
Absolutely. The experience of Kyle Jarvis, who you're talking about, Tendai Chitara, who's on the tour, but just a couple of concerns about him being 100% fit. You then look at the bowlers that have taken those two's place in the side, and it just shows you the divide in experience between those and Chitara and Jarvis. So there we go. Carl Mumba, he's just playing his 7th game. Richard Ngarava, his 11th. So that's 18 between them. Blessing Muzarabani, his 20th. But remember, he was away for a couple of years. It's only his 2nd international in the last 2 years. So that's 38 matches between those 3 bowlers that have operated for Zimbabwe. And as you say, it would have been such a big help to have a Kyle Jarvis, a Tendai Chitara, experienced, can move the ball around. And if they could have got a couple of early wickets, and then these 3 that they've got, 140 for 5, then maybe if you get another couple, the game's in the balance. Hamilton Masakadza on the left, former captain for Zimbabwe, most capped international in the black blazer. He is now the director of cricket. Keeping a keen eye on proceedings here in Pindi. 23 overs gone, 140 for 3.
Pakistan 140 for 3, 67 required. Sean Williams into his 4th over at the wicket of Haider Ali. Might be looking for a second here. Babar Azam goes back for 2. Babar Azam was looking pretty good in the first one there, and then chased one that was a little wide, didn't need to. It's a little unusual, the misfield. It might be 2 here. No, it won't. Ryan Chari's made good ground there to save the 2nd.
Man comes up into the circle from long on. Tendai Chisoro.
Three down, and that was first delivery to Mohammad Rizwan. I just wondered whether they might have just put a slip in there or silly it off to start, just to put a little bit of pressure on Rizwan. End of the 24th over, 143 for 3.
143 for 3. Much better showing today from Imam Ul Haq. One short of a half century from 61 deliveries. Babar Azam looking good on 29 from 33. Last man to go. Haider for 29.
That's been hit pretty hard. Very hard. Just rocked back. Gave himself a little bit of room and cracked it.
Oh, this is a good shot. He made sure it eluded that man. Sean Williams, backward point. You don't want to be bowling short and wide to Babar Azam. Very, very strong through that point area.
And he drifts down the leg side this time. This is 4 more. First one wide off stump, second one on the leg stump. And this is the problem that Muza Rabbani does have, is bowling a consistent line.
Consistent line and a consistent length. Short and wide. The delivery before that. 2 men back on the leg side. And this time full, 2 straight. Babar Azam helps himself to another boundary. Brings up the 150 for Pakistan in good time. 151 for 3. Just having a look here, Alan. Fielder spread, yes, but acquired rate from now on is 2.2. You've got to try and get some of those fielders in attacking positions, catching positions. This is how the 50s have been split. 52, 47 and 47, the second and third. At this rate, Pakistan are just going to milk the runs. As difficult as it may seem, rather they get them in 6 or 7 overs, while you've got people in catching positions, and maybe if somebody doesn't quite play well enough, there's an opportunity for a catch.
Well, the players hitting the Jomo board will receive $200. Go for it. Well, this one's even better. If you hit the service tire board, you've got a chance to win the cash reward of $500. Works it leg side very neatly. Just for 1. Rabbani had a spell with the county Northamptonshire in England last couple of years. I'm sure when he gets it right and he lands it on the seam on those green English pitches, he's quite a handful. But on pitches which don't offer as much. Oh, just short. But credit to CHIBHABHA for putting himself there. That's exactly what Zimbabwe have got to do. They've got to give their bowlers a chance. And that's tempting Rizwan. It's fallen just an inch short. Ooh, that would have felt good had it gone straight in. 25 gone, 152 for 3. You know, you were saying it, and I still think here that Sean Williams, they put a bit of pressure on. I know Babar's in there with 38 from 38, but especially to Rizwan, get a fielder in there when he's on strike. Just get someone in there close.
I totally agree with you. Babar is in. Give him the single and get the field up to Rizwan. So Chisoro comes in to mid-on from long on. I would like to see the man at sweeper up in the circle.
shot. Very nicely clipped away. And it's 4. Just feel that Babar Azam is moving through the gears now.
He is doing exactly that. Got to the pitch of it. Even though you would expect the ball to turn away from him if there is a bit of purchase. Not much. Plays it nicely over mid-wicket.
Just getting more confident now, coming down the pitch to a greater number of balls. Rocks back this time. Oh, how delightful is that? How good is that? That wasn't that short from Sean Williams, but it's been put away for 4. 10 from the over, 162 for 3.
Well, as you say, it's really not all that short. What he did a couple of balls ago was he forced the man who was on the boundary at sweeper to go a lot more to his right. This time, yes, short. And he's just waited and waited and waited and opened the face and hit it to those acres of space he created a couple of balls ago at sweeper. This is what's happened so far in the second one-day international. CHAMU, the Zimbabwean captain, winning the toss and batting first. 206.75 from Sean Williams, 36 from Brendan Taylor. At the moment, 45 to win from 144 balls for Pakistan.
45 runs required. And there's 24 overs to go. Sikandar Raza comes into the attack. Now he's changed his action. He's got this new approach out of the Sunil Narayan book of bowling. Have a look at that. That's what Narayan does. Oh! Has he bowled him? I think he's bowled him. I think he's actually bowled him, and Rizwan looks bemused. There were a couple of noises, but the umpires are going to confer here. But the keeper feels that this has clipped the stumps and it's bowled him.
It looked to me like it's crashed straight into the leg stump.
Umpire to director. Third umpire to director. Review for whether bowled or wicketkeeper remove the bails. So it's a fair delivery. Your side and angle, please. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. Satisfied. My decision is
Oh, that's the wrong message. Somebody's got the wrong button on there. That's the right button. And the right button means it's out. That ball clipped the stumps, just clipped it, but enough to remove the bails, to dislodge the bails. Just have a look at this. Rizwan reverse sweep, and that ball clips that leg stump. Looking head on here, it looks as if possibly the glove deflected the ball, but it didn't. The ball hit the stumps. Rizwan is bowled for 1, 162 for 4. New batsman is Iftikhar. Iftikhar, who was the hero with the ball, 5 for 40 he took in his 10 overs. And Sikandar Raza gets a wicket, first ball. Well, take another wicket here, and Zimbabwe will have just feel that they've got a chance, an outside chance, especially if they remove Babar Azam.
Yeah, he's a problem, isn't he, at the moment? Oh, bit of turn. Big appeal from the Zimbabweans. It tells me that there's just been a bit too much turn and bounce, but of course, with the situation of the game, they will go upstairs.
Review for LBW, original decision not out. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Roll back. Roll forward, forward. Look like no bat involved. To confirm, ultra edge, please. No worry. Rock and roll then. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Roll back. Back. Roll back, back. Freeze the frame here. Yes, freeze. There is a spike when ball is next to the bat and there is no gap between ball and bat. Can you go back on field, please? There is a spike when ball is next to the bat and there is no gap between ball and bat. Stay with your original decision. You're on screen now.
Just a little inside edge for Iftikhar. Raza has proved himself to be a nuisance with just 3 deliveries. He's removed Rizwan. He's had a very close call on Iftikhar.
Looked like the leg spinner, that one. Does have the habit of every now and then Sikandar Raza. Just slipping that little leg spinner in. Let's just take another look at this. There we go. Very nicely controlled. Seam coming out, angled away from the batsman. Won't be the easiest delivery to control.
Great over for Sikandar Raza. 162 for 4. Imam ul Haq with 49, Abid Ali 23, Babar Azam holding Pakistan together with his undefeated 47, Haider Ali with 29, Rizwan's just gone, playing the reverse sweep, bowled by Sikandar Raza. Tendai Chisoro, left arm spin. Nice looking shot from Babar Azam. There won't be a run now. Those numbers are great, aren't they? 15 half centuries, 11 centuries in 76 matches in one-day international cricket, heading towards 3,500 runs and the average of 54. Babar Azam is number 3 in the ICC ODI rankings behind Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma. Bowled, nicely bowled, gave the ball a little bit of air.
And does that sometimes, Chisoro. quick and flat. And then gives it a bit of air. Straight to Garava on the sweeper boundary, offside. Takes Baba to 48. And as many balls.
Iftikhar is off the mark. 2 from the over, 164 for 4.
Section stop. Yeah.
Well, we've got a bit of a Karachi Kings conglomerate here. Iftikhar, Babar Azam and Sikandar Raza, all 3 Karachi Kings players. PSL, which will resume on the 14th of November. Now, there's lots of time here for Pakistan to get these runs, but somewhere along the line they must think, because of the ICC World Cup, Super League, obviously points are the main criteria, but also it's the scoring rate and net run rate that can have a bearing on where sides finish. And remember, it was net run rate that decided Pakistan's fate in the ICC Cricket World Cup last year. I'll leave that one with Bazid Khan.
Beautifully driven there by Iftikhar as well. And it will be a boundary. Continues to enjoy his day, first with ball and now with bat. Pakistan now requiring only 37.
Yeah, 2 full, but the ability to then place it past extra. You've seen a few of those. The outfield sort of catches you by surprise because it's so quick. .37 now required, just a matter of time. You think the only way is that Sikandar Raza comes up with a Sunil Narayan-like spell and gets 3 or 4 wickets quickly, but much more intent in the batting from Pakistan today.
The skipper now 1 away from his 50. What a last 10 ODIs he's had. He's searching for the single here.
Pulls it away, just evades the fielder, gets a boundary, and that is his 16th ODI 50 to go along with his 11th centuries. Babar Azam yet again in the run. 175 for 4. Babar Azam got to his 50 previous over, got a boundary away. Well, this is his first 50 as captain.
It was short, he rocked back. There was a fielder there who actually got a hand to it. What a magnificent catch that would have been. Luck favors the brave, and Babar's always got that positive, brave attitude when he's batting.
And just been the way of this match as well. Pakistan being too good, just being in front, and Zimbabwe behind the 8 ball. I just had a feeling after that first ODI that Pakistan would up their ante or go 10-15% better, and they've done that. They're on their way to sealing the series. 177 for 4.
Square. Tara. Pepsi.
Babar Azam being promoted to Pakistan captain in ODI cricket, but we know that he's a world-class performer. So white ball cricket, that he made his name and then transferred that. Now I think he's all format player, but ODIs he's been absolutely magnificent.
We have a look at his ODI career. What a healthy average that is. 54, magnificent. Basit, this wicket's been helpful for the spinners. We saw Iftikhar and Imad share 6 wickets between them. Iftikhar obviously picking up the fifer. And even in the Zimbabwe innings, 4 wickets have gone to the spinners.
Should be a rhetorical question, because you did the pitch report, said there was no grass. You said because there's no grass, there will be a lot of sea movement. Am I correct? Or you said maybe spin?
Well, I said that whoever wins the toss should bat first. And I left it at that. And that's exactly what the Zimbabwean captain did.
Yeah, but you have to bat well as well. Decision was probably correct. But at the moment, batting first, batting second hasn't really worked for Zimbabwe. 181 for 4. The challenge for Pakistan has always been that sometimes it almost seems as if they play to the level their opposition is playing. That's a general comment that's just passed around, that if they're playing a higher ranked team, they'll play better or try and the level increases, and his level never falls at all. 61 is average. since 2019. So arriving on the scene and then making sure he belongs, and that form which never ends.
Yeah, see the point you're making of Pakistan playing at the rate at which Babar will feel he's missed out on that opportunity, was there to be put away. But yeah, I would like for them to finish off and finish off. Oh, that's tucked away really well. I think the man got a hand to that. They will pick up another couple of runs there. 32 gone, Pakistan 1-8-4 for 4.
Yeah, but it's a definite improvement with the way that they've batted today as compared to day before. And people might say because Uruj Mumtaz did the pitch report and got them scoring, but maybe the pitch slightly to their liking, but the intent we talked about. You were very adamant that the first top 5 batting in a similar vein, but hasn't been much change. Well, Heather Ali has come in, but the intent or the strike rates have improved.
Definitely a lot more purpose in the batting intent of the Pakistani batsmen today, and then showing that they're obviously a ranked better side than Zimbabwe and not wanting to unnecessarily drag on the match.
Yeah, good.
Pakistan just requiring the 19 runs now.
And the opportunity to hit those Jomo and receive 200 US. Hit them on the full though. And then it gets even better. Cash reward of $500. Service provides that, but again, you have to hit that bullseye. 190 for 4. Babar, as usual, doing it easily. Classy innings. And being able to manipulate the field, get those gaps going. Feature of his batting. He's able to open the face of the bat or hit the ball into the gaps more often than not. Very rarely do you see him hit the cover drive or the cut shot straight to the man. But what a difference a day makes. First day we had a left armer who did the pitch report, and it was a slow game, and now we've had a batting all-rounder who's done the pitch report, and Babar Azam knows that because he's pulled that out of the ground.
here from Babar. Rocked back in his crease and made full use of that short delivery. 79 meters, the distance on that hit. The class of Babar Azam is not going to miss out on such opportunities. He keeps packing the runs to his ODI career. Basit, you seem particularly upset. I think the next pitch report should be done by you.
No, I'm very happy. We're getting a quick game. Quick game is a good game. I learned that in the com box. 8 now needed, so maybe another over. Come on, Iftikhar, finish it this over. Go bang bang. Short and just a single, so still 1 more over. You can manage that. .34 gone. Pakistan now need just 7. Oh, big appeal, and Sikandar Raza. Narayan action just seems to be working.
Well, they've gone up straight away there.
To director, we have a review for caught behind. It's a fair delivery, original decision out. Start with front on spin vision, please. Roll forward, forward, forward. Ball is close to the bat. Can you go for ultra edge, please? Roll forward, 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 flat line, flat line. Roll it back one more time. And now roll forward, forward, flat line, flat line. There is a gap between ball and bat also. So satisfied, there is no bat involved. Can you go back on field, please? Asif, there is gap between ball and bat and flat line. So I recommend you to change your original decision. You are on screen now.
Iftikhar reviewed it straight away and it's been overturned. It just had been a noise when the bat hit the ground. The way that the keeper went up, and Sikandar Raza, it looked 100% that they've got a wicket, but well, technology works much better, so maybe just that noise of the bat hitting the ground. But you'd expect Iftikhar to also overturning reviews because it's been that kind of day for him.
He's had a good day, hasn't he? First fifer. And he'll want to finish it off in style here. It's been a beautiful day for cricket. And Pakistan will look to seal the series just in a matter of 6 runs now.
Just a hand and might well have gone to the fence the way Babar had timed it. It's down to 1 hit now. 5 runs required. Not been Zimbabwe's day, not been the captain's day. But it's been Iftikhar's day, and can he finish it with one hit? Or maybe next over. 202 for 4. The Worms look as if they've had a fight. Not coming close at all.
Just the 5 now required to Pakistan to win this ODI series. And
Babar does it with style. Hits it over mid-off, times it over the fence. And that means that Pakistan have won the series 2-0. Babar Azam leading from the front. 77 not out. Pakistan convincing victory by 6 wickets.
the skipper seals the deal in style with the maximum and finishes things off. Pakistan winning in the end easily by 6 wickets.
It's been much more convincing performance by Pakistan, led by Iftikhar with the ball and then Babar Azam with the bat. The spin of Iftikhar really did the job. Zimbabwe couldn't match that effort with the ball. They won the toss and batted first at Zimbabwe, but it's not worked well. Babar Azam with a classy shot over mid-off. Beautiful 6, high quality shot to end the innings off. And it was a high quality innings from Babar Azam. So he played it mid-shore innings. Top quality white ball player. And Pakistan's performance, well, it was expected they'd improve on their performance of the first ODI, and they did exactly that and some.
Yes, it's always good when the captain himself gets in on the act and gets runs. Feels that his place is justified, and they were very classy runs indeed. And Iftikhar, his first 5-wicket haul in one-day international cricket, 5 for 40 in 10 overs with 2 maidens. So generally, this has been a very convincing performance by Pakistan. Disappointing for Zimbabwe, who won the toss and decided that batting first would be the best option to get runs on the board.
Well, after Zimbabwe got 207, it was Pakistan who chased it down comfortably. Imam looked set for a big score, got out for 49. Abid Ali got out to probably the worst ball he'd ever faced. But in the end, it was Babar Azam leading from the front. 77 of just 74 deliveries.
Partnerships for each wicket: 67, 32, 37 and 25, and then Iftikhar and Babar with an unbroken 46 partnership for the 5th wicket. Opening partnership set the scene with Imam ul Haq and Abid Ali, 67 from them. Imam looking very solid, not overly excitable, and just getting the job done. 67 was the power play score.
Well, it was the spinners who got the wickets. 2 for Chisoro, 1 for Williams and 1 for Raza. But it was never going to be enough. They had to bowl Pakistan out. Pakistan, well, they did it in 35.2 overs. Very, very comfortable in the end. And sealed the series 2-0.
Yes, the seam bowlers, those top 3, 13 overs for 86 runs, no wickets. So that's a bit of a problem for Zimbabwe. Their pace bowlers are not really making inroads. They're not probing, not asking enough questions.
Zimbabwe won the toss and elected to back. Williams 75 of 70 and 5 wickets for Iftikhar, 5 for 40. That meant they were bowled out for 206. Musa and Harish Rauf got their first wickets in international cricket. Pakistan then easily chased that down. Babar Azam leading from the front, 77. Imam batted well but sedately for 49. The spinners got all the wickets, but it was never going to be enough as Pakistan easily won this by 6 wickets and take an unassailable lead for the series 2-0. Don't go far away, we'll be back with the presentation.
Right, we're ready for the presentation now. Who's the man of the match? Got a good idea who that might be, but let's join the dignitaries and Ramiz Raja.
Hello, we're ready with the presentation. And first of all, I'd like to introduce the guests. Mr. Zishan Yusuf is here, CEO ITEL Mobile. Mr. Rao Usman Hashim Khan, Director Operations, Trans Group, on behalf of Brighto Paints. The first award is the ITEL Outstanding Performer Award, goes to Babar Azam for his wonderful innings. And invite Babar to please receive the ITEL Vision One Plus Mobile. Well done. Brighto Paints Man of the Match award winner is Iftikhar Ahmed, 5 for 40. Lovely off-spin bowling. Receive a cash award of rupees 100,000. इफ्तिखार साहब थोड़ी सी गुफ्तो शनीद करते हैं आपसे बहुत अच्छी बॉलिंग की एक फ्लैट पिच के ऊपर 5 विकेट्स रिकॉर्ड साज परफॉर्मेंस है अपने आप को बैक कर रहे थे
जी बिल्कुल रमीज़ भाई मैंने अपने स्किल पे बड़ा काम किया हुआ है इधर ऑलराउंडर खेल रहा हूँ इधर बैटिंग ऑलराउंडर खेल रहा हूँ तो कप्तान और कोच बड़ा एतमाद कर रहा है मुझ पे तो इंग्लैंड टूर से मैं अपने स्किल पे बड़ा काम कर रहा हूँ स्पिनिंग पे
कहाँ से मतलब क्या इम्प्रूवमेंट आप समझते हैं आप लेके आए अपनी बॉलिंग में कोई लाइन फ़र्क बॉल कर रहे हैं या गेंद को ज़्यादा स्पिन कर रहे हैं या जनरल कॉन्फिडेंस है आपकी बॉलिंग में
रमीज़ भाई असल में मैं वेरिएशन के साथ बॉल करता हूँ विकेट को देख के मैं बॉलिंग करता हूँ जहाँ पे थोड़ा स्पिन मिलता है तो मैं वेरिएशन के साथ बॉल करता हूँ तो उससे मुझे सक्सेस मिलती है
बैटिंग के हिसाब से कैसी चल रही है आपकी प्रिपरेशन
जी बिल्कुल अच्छी चल रही है और दोनों मैचेस अच्छे हो गए इसमें तो नाटा उठाया और दूसरे में अनलकी रहा तो माशाल्लाह टीम अच्छी खेल रही है सारे यंगस्टर है और 2-3 अब इस मैच में भी डेब्यू किया है तो बहुत अच्छा कम्बिनेशन है
बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो आपको
थैंक यू जी थैंक यू
May I invite CHAMU CHIBHABHA to please come forward, Zimbabwean captain.